on deck for this week's NXT. Obviously, we had a massive reset last week. A big reset. One of the biggest resets that we've seen in WWE NXT history. We always get people getting called up, but just the sheer scale of how many people have been called up this year just meant that there was a big kind of wave needed of new recruits. And we saw that last week, didn't we, with Lizzie Rain having her first match. Callie Armstrong is up there now. We've got Sean Legacy, who's been recently called up. Keanu Carver, who's been recently called up. We've got Will Cruz. We got Tristan Angels. We've got Cam Hendricks, Tate Wilder. Evil arrived. There was quite a wave of people that have kind of been called up in recent times, most notably last week. So it does feel like a very different landscape now. It does feel like NXT is in a very different place than where it has been. So very much looking forward to getting stuck into kind of the next steps, really. You know, what are we going to see from Evil? What are we going to get from Lizzie this week? What are we going to get from those new faces that just arrived? I think the buzz that I've seen hasn't really been about Evil. It's more been about Will Cruz. Will Cruz has managed to make a real impression by not doing a great deal. I think the way they brought him in was very interesting, with people going, is that a fan? And, you know, what's going on? And like all of that. So, yeah, Will Cruz definitely has made an impression. People have been sharing videos of him all week. And, of course, I think that people very impressed with Lizzie Rain. That was Nikita Lyons' best match, I think, last week against Lizzie Rain. So Nikita Lyons seems to have turned a corner, seems a lot more credible in the ring. And we've got Lizzie Rain, who's just made a big first impression. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what all of those are going to do this week. But let's just get to the breakdown, because it's not the biggest breakdown. Biggest preview. We got Zaria. She's going to be on NXT after her last woman standing match. We've got NXT Women's Champion Lola Vice is going to team with Mr. Iguana. So Mr. Iguana on this show, taking on Izzi Dame and Niko Vance. So we've got Lola in action with Mr. Iguana. They're the current mixed tag champs from AAA, taking on Izzi and Niko. Niko, I think I heard, just won the Reality Wrestling Championship. So I don't think he'll have that belt on this show, but he is the current Reality Wrestling champ. We got Jaida Parker taking on Callie Armstrong. Mate, I'm going to be so seated for that. Jaida Parker versus Callie Armstrong. That is going to cook. That is going to cook. Those two have both got bad attitudes. That should be a lot of fun. And we got Jasper Troy going one-on-one with Jackson Drake. Jackson Drake, Vanity Project, just recently getting called up as well earlier this year. So lots of new faces around. I wonder what's next for Zaria, though. What is next for Zaria? Is she going to set her sights on the Women's Championship? You would probably think so. So what's next for Zaria? Where do we go next with her? So, yeah, looking forward to this show. I thought last week was really fun. Such an easy watch with so many new faces arriving and so much new potential. That, yeah, hopefully we can follow up the good vibes with this week's show. Right. Hello. Best show is free to watch in the US. Maybe show the shows on CW and watch your ratings soar, said William. Hello, William. Hope you're doing well. Car, hello, buds. Hope you're doing well, my friends. NXT is the best wrestling show right now, said it's Bryn again. Imagine if Tommy was late for the WEP. Tommy's always flipping late for the WEP. Normally, if we're delayed, it's because Tommy sends me the invite like a minute before. Flamefist said, I was doing well until you reminded me that the gingerbread man had died, said Flamefist. Got to try and get through that funeral on Friday. Carl said, do we think Mr. Iguana and Lola are going to defend those mixed tag championships on NXT? Well, I think they should. I think it'd be great for those belts to be defended. I wouldn't mind them being defended on the main roster. I wouldn't mind those belts just floating around everywhere, really, because we don't have any mixed tag championships. So those belts just being kind of defended on Raw, SmackDown, it'd be a good way of promoting AAA. The belts can pop up on any brand. And I really wouldn't be against it. I think it could be really fun. It'd be another way of getting some main roster stars on AAA. If, for example, say, I don't know, Bianca and Montez somehow won them, and now they're going to defend them on AAA. Gives people another reason to tune into AAA, doesn't it? And it's another way of getting some main roster stars onto the AAA show. So we know that AAA, we know where it is. It's an amazing show that's kind of at the NXT level, right? Originally, they were thinking of changing the name to NXT Mexico, and that was part of the thought process. So, we kind of use it as somewhere to kind of send people. We want to build it up as well, though. We want people tuning in. This is why we've got some main roster talent involved, because we do want it to be successful, but we are kind of using it to help people like Lola Vice as well. We're just sending actually Drake Moreau is going there from LFG. We know that like Jack Cartwheel has been sent over there. Javon Evans was working AAA before he went to the main roster. So I think they like it at that sort of NXT level. But it doesn't mean that there's not loads of opportunities and things that you can do to keep integrating it into the wider system, So, yeah, man, let's have those mixed tag belts. I would think what's great is they're the only ones. It's not like the main roster have got their own. Like, if you want to do a mixed tag match for championships, these are the only belts in WWE that you could do it for. And I like it. I don't mind mixed tag championships. I think it's a pretty good idea, actually. I would be tempted to have one set of men's tag titles on the main roster, one set of women's, and mixed tag belts that I don't think need to stay on the main roster. We don't need a whole new division, but we could just have those belts float around, yeah. I'm happy for Omos, said It's Bryn again. The guy is built like a star. AAA has been a blessing for him. He looked good, didn't he? The other day when he came down to the ring. Anyway, NXT related. I think Tatum is class, said Liam. Oh yeah, she's really good. She's really good. I really like her matches because I really feel like she gives everything in them. She's got, it's not like she just does these soft looking shots or anything. I mean, I always think that when it comes to putting on a good wrestling match, it's not an easy thing to do. But normally the devil is in the detail. So, if you're going to throw a shot in, make it look good, right? If you're going to be like that with your forearms or something, it's just going to look a bit weak and it's not going to hit and it's not going to translate. And, there's a big difference between like leaning back and really smashing your arm into someone as opposed to just sort of jabbing at them, right? And what you do tend to see at the NXT level, Evolve level, is people sort of walking their way through matches where, okay, I know I do this now, and then I've got to do like that, and then I'm going to go against the ropes, I'm going to do the elbow drop. And it's just like they're going through the motions a little bit rather than actually performing the moves. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I feel like with Tatum, she really is in the moment. I feel like she's very good at actually delivering a match that you can get lost in, that she really actually makes you believe you're watching like a contest with. Like, I think she's very good at doing that. So I do enjoy watching her wrestle. I think she's got a good little moveset. She works at a good pace. When she's throwing stuff in, it feels good to me. And yeah, I think really it just comes together with her selling as well. That, she's a good wrestler. She's a good wrestler. I mean, sometimes if you can just get the basics right, you don't need to be Javon Evans. You don't need to be doing Soul Ruka, Soul Snatchers. If you can just get the basics right. And actually, just whilst we're on the subject, Big E said that when it comes to Oba, he's like built in a lab, right? He's a big guy that moves as well as someone that's 200 pounds smaller. And he said the running uppercut that he delivered on Raw is one of the best running uppercuts he has ever seen. And it's true. It is an amazing moment. You know, he goes against the ropes, comes in, and again, bang, like hurls himself at Otis, delivers this massive uppercut, really commits to it, looks so good. And it's just funny, isn't it, to think that someone is sat at home, well, all of us, to be honest, sat at home kind of in awe of a running uppercut. Do you know what I mean? Of like, think of all the flips and all the crazy moves that go on, and here's someone just coming off the ropes and just launching this uppercut at their opponent, and we're all going, wah! So again, if you can get the basics right and really make them look good, really make them feel like they connect, really make it feel like you're trying to take this person's head off and put them away, and it does translate, and it does, you know, if you can do that, then that does kind of make your matches a lot more enjoyable to watch. So I like Tatum for that. I think that I like her step up in Zaguri, actually. I love that on the outside of the ring. She'll use the edge of the ring to do that in Zaguri kick. And the way they shoot it is brilliant. She sort of pops out of nowhere, does the kick and goes back down again. And she does that on the outside of the ring. And she's the only one that I see do that. It's kind of a bit unique to her. But I do love the move where she just seemingly pops up from nowhere, delivers the kick, falls back down again, and goes out of shot. It's good. And it's very satisfying. It does feel like it really delivers a punch. Big Time said, do we think WWE is trying to take a more approachable route with New Day? Instead of releasing them on April 24th, they opened a whole new can of worms. I would be curious what the chatter is in the locker room. Do we think WWE is trying to take a more approachable route with New Day instead of releasing them on 24th? I don't know. The only thing, I mean, I don't really know how to answer that because I don't really understand the question. What I know is that they wanted to get them to new contracts. They didn't want to just release them. I think part of that is because they recognize that Kofi and Xavier have a connection with the audience that is worth something. And they feel like they can keep that, but probably because of the plans moving forwards, it's not worth to them going forward the amount they're paying. So we want to take your money down, so it better reflects how we're going to use you moving forwards, but we do value that connection that you've got with the fan base that's been built up over a long period of time. And so I think in regards to them being offered a new contract, that's obviously a positive. It's better to be offered some sort of deal than no deal at all. So I think that's a positive. But I think that obviously to have an insulting offer is not great. But, New Day are not alone, are they? It's not like New Day were the only people. I mean, word is that lots have been offered these new deals, and the belief is that some have accepted. So this whole pay cut thing, it seems like not only did we have releases, but we also had people being told to take pay cuts if they wanted to stay. New Day, we know, did not accept them. But I'd much rather be in the boat where I've got an option than I don't have an option, I'd much rather be in the boat where do I want to stay with the company at less pay or am I just gone? So I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question, but I would much rather be in New Day's situation than, one of those talents that was just let go. TKO really decided to play deal or no deal with contract, said Glockness. Scotty said, pushing out New Day is just not a good look. They were very liked in the locker room. William said, TKO just wants to cut everyone's pay in half. Glockness said, Adam Pearce tweeted, love somebody today. And I said, we can love someone whilst firing Logan Paul, says Glockness. Robbie said, going to be interesting what they do in the next few months. It doesn't seem like there's an NXT PLE until July. Great American Bash, according to Ask Mr. Stone. Oh, really? That's a good question. When's the next NXT PLE? That's a good question. Yeah, that will be interesting. I'd imagine if that's the case, they'll do some TV specials, would be my guess. We're coming off the back of NXT Revenge, aren't we? That was a 2-week sort of special, so I'd imagine they'd end up doing something like that. Jono said, apparently Sol Ruka's mistake on Raw has been fixed. Well, it can't be fixed. It happened. We all saw it. On the replay, they have, or on the social media footage, they've edited out the slip, yes. Mank said, Daze, do we think we'll fill the holes in NXT after the call-ups? Oh, they did it, but last week. They did it. So we've had Evil arrive. We've had Lizzie Rain arrive. We've had Tristan Angels. We've had Cam Hendricks, we've had Tate Wilder. They've all arrived last week. Obviously, Will Cruz has come in as well. I mean, don't forget, this is developmental. So it's not necessarily a case we're going to go out and get Will Ospreay. If it's available, I'm sure we would. But, we're looking to produce new talent. So that's what WWE are going to look to do. They're going to bring in that great talent that they find at the tryouts, people they sign from Next in Line, people that they think are ready from Evolve, people that, maybe win LFG or something. Like, they've got all these different ways, WWID talent. I mean, there's people they will have identified, like Will Cruz and Lizzie Rain, where they're just ready. They've got so much indie experience. They don't need to go on Evolve. They don't need to, be on the sidelines. Like, we like these people, and they've got characters, and they can do promos, and they can wrestle. We can go now. So we've already brought in Will Cruz. A lot of excitement around him. We've brought in Lizzie Rain. A lot of excitement around her. Obviously, Callie Armstrong coming up from Evolve is very exciting as well. So, yeah, I mean, goods. I mean, we've an Evil coming in from New Japan. And there's rumours of Takahashi being on the way. Still no update on that, though. So, don't know what the situation is there with Takahashi, but apparently on the way. That's the last we heard. So, yeah, we took some big steps last week to fill those holes. Bobbers said, I wonder if the pay cuts and Cena's announcement will be linked. If TKO want to announce ticket price cuts across the board and spin it, that they're having to cut budgets to keep profitability. No, the Cena thing is expected to be WWE, Club WWE. So he said online that this was all about experiences for fans and wrestlers, like talent. It's, an exciting history making. It feels like it's all Club WWE. It feels like we're launching some major new projects. This, of course, being a loyalty scheme where I would imagine there's a monthly subscription, and I'd imagine that for that you get access to exclusive content, exclusive discounts, an exclusive online store that's going to have exclusive merch. So there's going to need to be an app, or there's going to need to be a website, a hub or something where you log in, So you sign up to it, you log into it, and then, you collect points. The more points you get, the more rewards and discount you get. It's going to be a loyalty thing. So, yeah, Cena has kind of been talking about Club WWE. I think he's playing a decent-sized part in launching that, and totally expecting that to be what's the announcement's about. So, if it's anything other than Club WWE, I will be absolutely stunned. Absolutely stunned. But talking of cheaper pricing, there is expected to be discounts on tickets for Club WWE members. Steve said, I watched a fun match between Will Cruz and Leon Slater. I watched some of his other matches, so I am excited to see what more he can do. If Messi ever jumped into a ring, imagine him doing Shattered Dreams as a finisher, said William. Hello, William. Hope you're well, buds. Andy said, do you remember WWE had their own social media? I never went on that. But I do vaguely remember it. Was it called WWE Universe? I do remember there being something like that, but to be honest, I remember hearing about it, but I never went on it. So I couldn't give you any insight into it or really tell you the layout of it or anything like that. That would make such an interesting video. Is there content out there showing you it? Is there stuff out there that shows you the layout of it? Because that was well before the network, wasn't it? I mean, we're going back to the 2000s at this point. But, yeah, not much I can give you on that. I never signed up to it. But I do remember hearing about it at the time. Did anyone hear on it? Was anyone here going on there? I remember it, said Scotty. Did you go on it at all, Scotty? Did you sign up for it? That'd make a great video, Andy. You should get on that. Carter said, I've seen Cage Match loves AAA more than SmackDown and Raw. Yeah. Be careful with Cage Match, though, because, as we said, they only have, like, 10 votes or something on there, 20 votes for those kinds of shows. You're not dealing with many people. But, yeah, I mean, no great surprises. We watch AAA. A blind man can see that it's much better quality than what we've been getting from Raw and SmackDown. You know, the matches are much better. The El Grande thing, I mean, yeah, I'm not shocked by that at all. Robbie, I've not been on Twitter for a few hours. Is something going down? Is there some news or something? Breaking news. Club WWE scares me, said Mankwill. I could see it leading to having a member have to be a member to purchase tickets to price everyone out. I don't know how they're gonna work it, to be honest. I don't know how they're gonna work it, because they will likely want to give Club WWE members first refusal. Probably not going to want to give them discount at first for things like, say, WrestleMania and stuff like that, right? So it depends how many people buy tickets through Club WWE. I wouldn't be shocked if Club WWE members get first refusal to pick the best seats they want and whatever, right? But I don't think that's going to result in things selling out that haven't been selling out. I mean, just because you're a member of Club WWE and you get like the first opportunity to buy tickets, those are likely people that probably were buying tickets anyway. I don't know that there's going to be any, do you know what I mean? I don't know that all of a sudden they're going to be able to sell out, say, this year's WrestleMania. They couldn't sell it out this year. Is Club WWE going to help them sell it out at like high prices? I wouldn't think so. I don't really get how that would make any difference. I think what Club WWE is going to do is it's going to give members first refusal. So those people that are signed up for it will get a chance to pick the seats they want. So if you're not a member, you'll just be left with what's left. And I think eventually it will give ticket discounts, but probably ticket discounts after a certain point. I would imagine it will be like, 3 months after WrestleMania tickets been on sale, Club WWE will get discount on tickets first, or something along those lines. I don't know that they would want to give them WrestleMania or SummerSlam or Rumble discounts straight away. They're going to obviously be looking at that. They've probably got an idea as to how they're going to do it. And I would imagine there'll be quite a few changes as they kind of trial and error things. So, yeah, I'm interested. I mean, with the tickets, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna change loads. I don't feel like this is gonna revolutionize the ticket side of things. I certainly don't think that this is going to result in them selling more tickets at a more inflated price, because I just don't think it's going to make a difference in that way. But it might change who gets what tickets first and who gets first refusal. And it might change who gets access to discounts first. That being Club WWE members. So all of this is going to be very interesting, isn't it, to see it when it rolls out and see how it actually affects things. In my mind, it's going to be very similar to like a store loyalty scheme, you know, that you sign up and you get discounts and perks and emails, and it's going to be like that. So yeah, I'm interested. I'll be interested to see how they use it. Definitely want the info on it, and if it's a reasonable price, I could even see myself signing up for it for at least a month, just until I can figure out how much value I get out of it. Because I might sign up to it and realize I don't need this. This does nothing for me. And if that's the case, then I'll just unsubscribe from it. But I don't know, if there's like really interesting exclusive content and I actually buy a few things from the exclusive store, if there's enough there to warrant it, then I might be tempted. But it's hard to know, honestly, what they can put on there that's going to really make a difference to me. Because the exclusive content is probably not going to be anything that special. It's probably going to be like backstage interviews. You know, the kind of, in my mind, I'm thinking it's those type of interviews that used to be on Raw Talk, you know, SmackDown Lowdown, where they just chat to wrestlers after the show and the promos are just very skippable. The kind that it might be stuff like that. If that's the kind of exclusive content, I can live without that, right? I don't need it. In regards to exclusive online store, again, there's so much on WWE Shop. Can they put some items on the exclusive store that's special enough to make you want to subscribe to Club WWE? And tickets, I mean, how many of us go to WWE shows? I mean, to be honest, most of us don't go. And if we do, it'll be once a year. So again, is it really going to make that much of a difference? It's hard, isn't it? What can they put on there that's going to really make this worth it? What can they put on there that's going to make an actual difference? So I'd imagine these are the meetings that they've been having. Those, if I was in the room, those would be my concerns. My concern would be, is the exclusive content going to be, you know, worthwhile? What is it fans are really looking for? You'd have to do a lot of research. I'd be out there speaking to fans. If there was a loyalty scheme, what would you want on it? Get out there, speaking to people, speaking to the fans, see what they've got to say. Bring all that data back, do a meeting, flesh it out. I can't wait to see what they've got. I think they will have something worthwhile. You know, I'd imagine this has been given some thought, of course. But I think my question is, how much is it going to really matter to people? How much is it going to really make a difference to the average person? You know, unless you're like a green shirt guy and you go into all the shows, and I don't know if you're buying much merch, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but if you're buying a lot of merch, go into a fair few shows, perhaps it works for you, but I don't know if it massively works for the majority. I'll be interested to find out. Jono said, are we excited? Backlash is getting closer. Yeah, I am actually. I mean, I really like watching wrestling on a Saturday. I don't mind watching UFC because it is nice to get a different flavour as well, you know? It is nice to get a different flavour and to watch something different. So it is good to actually do that and get teeth into boxing or UFC, but it is nice to do wrestling. We talk wrestling all the time, so to actually get to a weekend and have a big wrestling show to look forward to, something that the whole community can be excited about, because not everyone watches UFC or boxing, so not everyone's going to be excited for those events. So as much as it is nice to have a different flavor sometimes, turn our attention to something else, it is nice as well to know the whole community is going to join us and come with us on this journey as we find out what's next in this WWE story. And I do think this weekend looks quite interesting because Io Asuka could be a banger. We need to know what's going to be next for Jacob and Roman. I mean, that's quite interesting. And we know the story is, debatable. But actually what comes next, I think, is interesting. In regards to Seth Braun, is Seth going to put Braun over clean? Do we get the double turn in Trick and Sammy? And of course, who's going to be Danhausen's partner? So we've got all of that playing out. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend. It should be a good show. Right. Maybe subscribing to the program when they know that they're heading to the UK makes more sense for me to personally do that, because I've never been to a show Said It's Brilliant Again. Yeah. You could maybe time it that way. I wonder if they'll make announcements on Club WWE first. Not that it's going to make much of a difference, because anything that's announced on Club WWE will be on social media in 0.5 seconds after it's been posted to Club WWE. So if there's any sort of announcement, it'll make its way to social media. So it's not like you're going to have to... You'll probably get a minute or two exclusive if they start putting news out via Club WWE. But that'd be one way that they could do it. That'd be one way that they could actually, get a use out of Club WWE. If you want to know about all the latest news, then we're going to post it onto Club WWE first. This is where you get your breaking news regarding WWE. Maybe there might be something in that, maybe. I'm playing Flight Sim 24, said Adam. I am flying the A400M and I am going back to RAF Breeze Norton. Adam, safe journey. TV021061 said, see you at Clash in Italy. It's on May 31st. Yeah, we'll be here for that. And the AAA show the night before, and Saturday night's main event the week before. So lots on the way. Liam said, most underrated channel on wrestling YouTube. Liam, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the kind words. We just talk wrestling, simple as that. We have a look at the news in the day. We get our teeth into it. Obviously, we put out Unseen, where we just gather it all together. But I like these because this is where we can sit down and really dig into the thoughts of the community and any breaking news that's coming through and bits and bobs. So yeah, it's good. I like how everything kind of works together. I was thinking that the other day, actually. I mean, by doing Unseen, it does mean that I feel like I'm on top of a lot of the rumors and all of that stuff. So it means we can have good conversations about it. We kind of know what's being said out there. So it's good. So Liam, appreciate the kind words, buds. Appreciate it. Big Time said, if major stars walk because they don't want to break their backs from TKO taking in all this money, what precedent is being set? Imagine if Randy, Punk, Drew, Becky, Bailey, Cody come together and force change. Yeah, but I can't give you an example of where that's happened in the past. So until we kind of get to that point, it's just what if, isn't it? So I don't feel like we're at that point. I mean, all of those people have got their own families to worry about. And we've never got to that point before where all the major stars have kind of bounded together, threatening to walk out. I mean, this is where you kind of get into the union conversation that we were having the other day. And as we said, you would need the big stars to be a part of that, because if it was all going to be mid to low level talent, I don't think TKO would care if a lot of that talent walked out, because I think a lot of that, they would just see it as like, well, we've got NXT and we can just call people up and replace it. It would be a loss. It would be a hit. But I don't think that it would be as big of a drama unless it was the names that you're saying, like a Punk, a Becky, a Roman, Imagine those kinds of names threatening to walk out. I mean, they are the needle movers. People like Carmelo Hayes, great future prospect, but he's not someone that I think is necessarily moving the needle at this point. Dude couldn't even get on the WrestleMania card, you know? Same with Ilya Dragunov. Miz, I mean, he's just faffing around with Danhausen at the moment. So, you know, all of these people, I think, are sadly disposable in TKO's eyes. Not in my eyes, in TKO's eyes. And, you know, it's unfortunate, really, that we find ourselves in this situation. But we do have to stress what we keep saying and what we've said before, which is this is not a new situation. We do this every year. And Vince was doing this. So, yeah, okay, the pay cuts, they might be new. I don't know that that's something that has happened before. So the pay cut side of it could be new. But there was a conversation, wasn't there, yesterday about, and I think it might have been Big Time that mentioned about the pay rises as we were trying to compete against AEW. Is this the kind of reduction of that? Is this where we see a bit of a correction? Is this just going to be a bit of a one-off? Or, you know, do we do this every year where we do pay cuts? Or is it that we do this once every 5 years? Is it a case that those people that were hot in the past that are not as hot now, is it that every 5 years we have to just correct, you know, how much we're giving these people? I would say, though, why does it not get corrected when it's time to renegotiate? I mean, for me, the solution to this is when it's time to renegotiate with the New Day, cards on the table. Going forward, we don't see you as being the big stars you were, and so we've got to start negotiating that pay down. It's not going to keep going up and up and up and up and up, you know? It's not like we're going to be paying you the most money that you've ever earned next time because you was at your hottest in, 2016, 2017, that kind of time frame, and we're a long way removed from that. So financially, it doesn't make sense to offer you a new contract at the highest price that we've ever paid you when the most we got out of you was 10 years ago. And, you know, Alan Cheapshot has put this in unseen. He said, whose fault is that, though? I mean, the truth is, yes, it probably is WWE's fault, but it's also their right. It's their right and it's their choice as to who they want to give the TV time to. And if they've decided there are other acts that they are more excited by, that they want to give the TV time to, like Oba, right? And they'd rather give him time than the New Day time, that's their choice as well, isn't it? So when it's time for them to renegotiate, I don't actually have a problem with them saying at that point, we're going to renegotiate, like it's time to renegotiate. We want to take you to this level. And then, of course, it's for the New Day to decide. I suppose for me, the big problem, the big annoyance is the fact that they've done it mid-contract. That's the thing I don't like. The fact that they were under a deal and, you know, they've kind of given them 2 days to decide and it's in the middle of a contract and all of that stuff is the dirty stuff to me. That's the stuff that doesn't sit well with me personally. But there is also another truth, which, you know, is a disappointing truth. And that is that this is how the business world works as well. The business world is a dirty world. And it is a dog-eat-dog world. And Vince was guilty of, you know, many similar tricks. So it's not just TKO that are doing it. So, yeah, I don't really know what. I feel like a lot of the stuff we've just said there is stuff that we've said before. So I don't think there's anything necessarily new that we can bring to the conversation. But, yeah, I get the anger at TKO. I'm not a fan of it either. Certainly not doing it whilst the contracts are still active. I think, though, if you agree to get to the end of someone's deal and then you're going to sit down and renegotiate, well, that's where really the company has a right to do what they want at that point. They don't have to extend the deal. They don't have to give them the same money again. Like, really, at that point, you know, and because you can't just take for granted that they're going to keep paying you the same money. You can't just assume that. So if they say we're going to give you 100,000 over 3 years, and they do that, you can't just assume they're going to give you another 100,000 over 3 years, or maybe it'll go up to 200,000. You can't just take for granted what comes next, because they might get to the end of that and go, we're done. Or they might get to the end and go, actually, we're thinking it's only 50,000 now. I mean, you just don't know. You don't know what's coming next. Obviously, talent will start negotiating a good period before the contract expires so that they can get an idea. It's not like they get to the end and surprise, right? They start the negotiations like 6 months before so that they know what's coming, right? So 6 months before the contract expires, they'll start negotiating to figure out what the next deal is going to look like. And so that way, when this one ends and the next one starts, it's a bit of a smoother process. To me, that's business done professionally. That's correct. That's, you know, respectful. I just don't like the way they do it this way. So, but no one does. I mean, this is why you're seeing the big outrage online. It's just obvious that a contract is worthless if you're a performer, said Shining Wizards. Yeah, it does feel that way. It does feel that way. If you sign a deal with WWE, literally at any point, they can just go, thanks, we're done. And at any point, they can go, we need you to take a serious, not just like a little pay cut, a serious pay cut. You know, if that one talent did agree to a 50% pay decrease, that's insane. Imagine your job coming up to you going, we need you to take 50% pay decrease. Sign this contract. Either go or sign this. I mean, it's crazy. It is kind of crazy. But the wrestling world has always been a bit crazy in that regard, because you've got this whole independent contractor stuff. You know, it's shady. There's no health benefits. There's no health care for them. Then they're technically not WWE employees. They're independent contractors. And so there's always been this kind of shadiness to... Because apparently if you're an independent contractor, you don't have to offer the people certain benefits like healthcare and things like that. You just sign them for a few years, pay them money. They basically work for you, but they're not technically an employee. And it's just a way of getting around certain things. So there's always been shadiness when it's come to these contracts. They just don't honor the contracts in WWE anymore, said Jojo. Daze, if John Cena debuted the way he did in 02 now, would he get a few years before the rapper gimmick, or would TKO not give him time, says Aaron. I think that it's not a TKO decision, to be honest with you. I think that question is, would Triple H give him time? Because the way that it works is TKO set the budget, and then it's down to Triple H and Nick Khan to figure out who they want to keep within that budget. And one of the things that they might have to do to make the budget work is they might have to go to some of that talent that is in the mid-card, that's being paid good money, really good money, that doesn't really reflect where they are right now. You know, I don't want to name names, but I'm going to name The Miz, because that's a name that comes to my mind of someone that has been used very regular on TV in the past. He's been a main eventer at WrestleMania 27. He's been with the company a very long time. You could imagine that since he started out in the 2000s, that every time he signs a new deal, probably gets a little sweeter, right? And you could imagine that he's been WWE champion a few times. He's been at WrestleMania. He's been on many PLEs. He had Miz TV. He's won lots of championships. He's, a Grand Slam, 2-time Grand Slam champion, I believe. Loads of TV matches. I mean, honestly, he's been one of the most ever-present superstars over the past, 20-odd years. But where is he right now? I mean, where he is right now is he sort of struggles to get on TV, certainly struggles to get into any sort of meaningful feuds. He's kind of used as a bit of a comedy type foil. Right now, you know, he was hanging around with Carmelo for a bit. Now here he is with Kit Wilson doing this. I mean, I don't know what he's on, but I've got to think it's probably in the millions. I mean, you can sort of understand why TKO, why Triple H would be like, if we got someone new in to do the role the Miz is doing now, we would not be paying that sort of money for that person. So we need to reduce it down. And again, I do understand that. And I would imagine Miz would understand it as well, right? Might not like it, but I'm sure he would understand it if you put it to him, the situation. You know, you were here. You're not there now because we've got so much talent that's come on board that we're trying to look at. It's not your fault, but this is where we are. You know, we see you being at more this level. We need that pay to reflect it. And so for me, get to the end of his current contract and then cut it down, right? And give him the option. Trying to do it mid-contract is the bit I push back against, right? The bit I don't like. But I don't have a problem with you getting to the end of that deal and saying, we want to get your money more in line with where we think it should be. Because as a business, you can't just keep paying people millions and millions and millions of dollars if you're not getting millions and millions and millions of dollars back. Like, that's just a bad investment, right? So I kind of feel like you're in that situation. I get why you got to fix it and change it, but do it when you get to the end of the contract. Don't do it mid-contract, because I think that's just moody and shady, and you've kind of promised these people that money. You've shook hands. You're meant to be a man of your word type stuff. But again, it's just not how the business world works. So anyway, TKO set the budget. Triple H and Nick Khan sit down. They go, right, we got 50 million for talent for Raw. Okay, Roman takes 10. So I got 40 million. So what am I going to do? How am I going to get all this talent to fit within that? And some people, you're going to be like, well, for starters, they're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. And then you're looking at others and you're like, New Day, right. I want to keep them, but I can't, I can't pay that money. In order to get them to fit into this pot, I'm going to need them to go down by 30%, 40%, 50%. Otherwise, I can't make this work. Like, I've got to have Roman, I've got to have Punk, got to have Becky. You know, by the time you've done all of that, that's eaten up a lot of my 50 million, and I've got to try and fit everyone else in. So, yeah, some have just been released. Some have been asked to take pay cuts. And it seems like this is how they operate. They set a new budget, and they just want everything to fit into that. And so this is why you can be mid-contract, and it's like, doesn't matter. But it's right. I mean, the thing is, you cannot trust any deals now. You just cannot trust any deals. So to answer your question, would they give John Cena the time now when he was coming in at the start? My answer, I think, would be hard to say, because he probably wasn't on much money when he first started. So the risk of him being cut is lower, because by cutting him, you're not saving a great deal. You're saving some, but you're not going to save loads. He wasn't on millions and millions when he was the prototype, right? So don't know that you save much by cutting him. The other thing as well is that it depends how much they saw in him. Did they, at what point were we? You know, if it was at the beginning where they hadn't really tried much, they probably would keep him. If it was right towards the end, just before he kind of had that interaction with Stephanie and, you know, did Thugonomics, you know, and they were starting to think about cutting him anyway, if it had arisen at that point, he likely would have gone. Because I think at that point, they probably started feeling like they'd tried a few things and it just wasn't clicking. So it's a hard one to answer, to be honest, because I think it really depends where in the journey the cut would have come, where this conversation would have happened. But because he was on low money anyway, I think he'd be okay. I think they would stick with him. I would point to an Austin Theory right now, who also has not clicked, but they've not cut him, probably because he's still not on crazy money. I'd imagine his money is, I think your starting point is 350,000. I wouldn't be surprised if he's had a few little pay increases. I don't think he's anywhere near $1 million, to be honest. $500,000 maybe for Austin 3, I'm not sure. A year, something like that. Maybe a bit more. I mean, they have kind of given him a WrestleMania match with Cena. Perhaps he's at 600. Perhaps he's around there. But I don't think he'll be at $1 million. I haven't seen any list of like how much everyone's earning. But I know you start at 350. So, yeah, I think in regards to him, he is someone you could easily cut because it hasn't worked. He doesn't really move the needle. There's not really anything there at the moment, I would say. We're trying him in the Vision right now to see if that works. Didn't work when he was on his own. Didn't work when he was in A-Town Down Under. Debatable as to whether it's working right now. But yet, he's managed to survive. So, using him as a similar type character to where Cena was when he was Prototype, I'd say I think Cena would stay, actually. I think he would stay. Probably because of how little they're paying him and the fact that they like the look and they think they can hopefully get some out of him eventually. But there will come a point. There will come a cut where they feel they've tried everything. This time next year, if Theory hasn't improved, is his head on the chopping block? Maybe. Just like how, Prototype Cena towards the end, if we'd have done the cut at that point, would he have gone? Probably. So, yeah, you got to get over, man. It's as simple as that. I mean, this should be a wake-up call to everyone that needs it. In WWE, you gotta connect. If you're on that main roster and you have not connected and you're not getting momentum and there's not a buzz around you, it's a problem. It is a big problem because there is someone coming from NXT or someone coming from a different promotion that potentially can get that connection. Like an Oba has just come in and got, like a Trick Williams has just come in and got, right? Oba and Trick have arrived. Javon has arrived. And, Sol Ruka's come in. And obviously we know Sol Ruka's excellent. So Blake Monroe's on the way as well. Like, Stephanie has come up recently. Lash Legend doing well. Julia doing well. So, there's these people that are constantly coming in that can constantly take your spot. So, yeah, I think the way to look at it, to put a bow on the conversation, the way to look at it is if you get to WWE's main roster, strap in, right? Every waking hour, you should be focused on how do I get over with the fans? How do I connect with the fans? And that never really stops because you could be over and it could settle down and you could find yourself in the mid-card and then they might have a conversation with you about reducing your money. So don't think once you're over, that's it. I'd say the only time that's true is if you're someone like Roman or Seth or Becky, because you're a top star that is over, and if it settles down, it's probably only settling down because you're not being used in a big story, and they will use you in a big story. Like Becky right now is in the Intercontinental mid-card title picture, but she can go straight back to a world title match. If Becky's in the world title match at next year's WrestleMania, I won't be surprised. Like, she's still one of their best talents. She's still one of their best female promos. She's still great in the ring. She's still working hard to, warrant her worth. It's just that right now they've got to win the Intercontinental title picture. But it's not a problem because she can go right back up. And same with Roman, same with Punk, same with Seth. You could have Seth around the IC title picture. Wouldn't make any difference. he can just go straight back up when he's needed. Those people are fine. That top talent that is over and moves the needle and is recognized globally, right? And is loved. That talent's fine. But unless you're that level, everyone else has got to work hard. So if you get to that main roster, you're there for a good time, not potentially a long time. You're going to have to do whatever you can, fight whatever fight you need to fight to get over, to, keep your job, keep your pay, and don't be shocked if the ride comes to an end. Don't be shocked. I mean, you could be given, it's hard, isn't it? You could be given some bad creative, just get really bogged down in an awful story that people don't connect with, find yourself falling out of favor, find yourself losing momentum, find yourself sitting in catering, and then find yourself getting released. And to be honest, there might not be much you can do about that. I mean, there really might not. Life is not fair. It's not always fair. There's been some great wrestlers that have picked up horrible... Look at Big E, picking up a horrible injury. He would have had a much longer career. Of course he would. Who knows what that would have done with Kofi and Xavier as well if Big E had stayed injury-free, right? I saw, sadly, a few people having a go at Ridge Holland online, saying that this was his fault. If New Day had stuck together and had Big E, they would have been in a better place. It's not Ridge Holland's fault. He didn't mean to injure Big E. Like, that stuff's just nonsense. But, life isn't fair. And so there are things that can happen that can be out of your control. It could be that you upset someone, some high executive, someone in creative, just don't like you, and they don't really want to write for you, they don't really want to give you anything worthwhile, and that can damage you as well. That kind of pettiness does go on. So it's hard, really, really difficult. It is not easy. It is not straightforward. Many pitfalls. There's definitely a bit of luck that's involved. There's definitely a right place, right time type thing that goes on as well. But that's what you sign up for, really. That's what you sign up for. That's the gig. Frankie said if everyone was Roman, Cena, Punk, those dudes wouldn't be as special. Everyone can't be a hot commodity. That's just unrealistic. I agree. That's the level, though, that gives you the most protection. Not everyone's getting to that level. It's just a minority. But you've got to make sure that you're working hard, that you get to that level, right? But yeah, that's how hard it is. Everyone else is on the chopping block. Because if you're a low-level talent, you can be easy to cut. You won't save much by cutting them, but you can be easy to cut. Loss to the company, right? If we cut Akira Tozawa, it's no great loss to the company, right? If you cut like Apollo Crews, it's no loss to the company. Saves a bit of money, doesn't really make much of a difference. To be honest, you're not making any major saving by cutting people at that level, but which is why some of those people can stick around. It might be why Apollo stuck around as long as he did, actually. But yeah, it's that mid card is really interesting. It's that Miz level. It's that Kofi level. It's that level of people where they were quite hot. They were doing big things, and now they're not anymore because they've fallen down the card. But yet they're still getting paid decent money. That's a level that don't forget Bray got cut. I mean, I don't think Vince viewed Bray as someone he really wanted to get behind, right? I think Bray was doing his own thing. I mean, if you think about it, Bray was creating a world away from championships. He would ultimately get to a championship, but when he created the Firefly Funhouse, I mean, he wasn't around the championship. He kind of came in, went after Finn Balor at SummerSlam, and ultimately he would get to a belt. But he was kind of more world building than setting his sights on, being WWE champion so much. So for Bray, he was making the most of where he was. It caught fire And as a result, he did get some championship reigns. But I do think his relationship with Vince fell apart. And I think at that point, Vince looked at it and went, you know what? I'd much rather just save the money here. Because I think Bray was on like a good few million when he got let go. And the belief is that their relationship just completely fell apart. And so that's why he ended up going. I think they were arguing a lot. I think there was, I think Bray was very strong as to what he wanted and the vision he had. But there ain't no one stronger mentally with, like, it's going to be this way than Vince McMahon, So those two, I think, were butting heads. So Vince just felt that he could do without Bray. Don't need it. I'll just carry on with Alexa. She can do some of that type stuff. And that's what we did, really. We kind of had Alexa sort of carry on with Playground Alexa. She sort of did that stuff instead. So if you're in that sort of mid-card, that sort of Braun Strowman, Bray Wyatt, Miz, Kofi, that kind of level, yeah, it's that you're in the danger zone. You're on the chopping block. And there is clearly no loyalty when it comes to WWE. Brian said Theory can't get over with the crowd either as a face or a heel. Theory would have been better going to TNA or AEW, where there is larger scope for experimenting with your character. Worked said the thing is the top brass just gave themselves 90 million plus on bonuses. They don't honor contracts. They cut people's pay by 50%. They're more like used car salesmen. I know it's disgusting, isn't it? Seeing that pay increase for all of those. There is another side though in regards to the talent, and that is that you can't keep bringing people in and keep the other people as well. So there is something to be said that this isn't purely money motivated, but we know money is obviously the main driver. But the other thing as well is that even if the budget was bigger, you're still going to have to cut people because your roster's going to be bloated. You're just not going to get to everyone. You're just going to have loads of people sat around in catering, getting frustrated, and the atmosphere backstage is going to be not great. I mean, I'd imagine it's not great right now, but, hopefully this is done and we can move on from it until next year when it happens again. But, you are going to have to cut people if you're bringing in Oba, Trick, Javon, Sol Ruka, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? All these people that kind of get brought in, they're taking spots from other people. This is why, like, Charlotte reacted the way she reacted. So, Charlotte had that kind of, she was off with Tiffany. And I said at the time, this is because Charlotte is looking at Tiffany and seeing her replacement. Tiffany is a girl that does moonsaults, attractive, blonde. She's younger, she's athletic. And, if you're Charlotte, you could be looking at this girl going, you're here to replace me. You're my replacement. I ain't making it. If you really are going to replace me, let's see how good you are. And so, in interviews, she would not make it easy for her. And I think Tiffany wanted Charlotte to be a friend, hold her hand, help her in the company. But it is interesting, actually, that, you are looking at people arrive that you can see are going to take TV time from you, championship opportunities away from you, and you've got to just sort of smile and help and all this kind of stuff. Like, I can understand why she was like looking at Tiffany as a threat. I'm not saying that she was right to do what she did, but I'm just saying I can understand it. I can understand her, kind of coming back from injury and seeing Tiffany and feeling that way. And this is why, for me, we ended up with the feud we had last year, where it just went off the tracks, went off the rails, and it all started getting very personal and everything. I suppose in a way, like, that probably happens quite a bit, but rather than it being unprofessional on the show, there's probably just some comments behind the scenes, but this one spilled out on the show. This one, turned sour on the actual program. So that's what made this one more interesting. But there's lots, isn't there? Lots of kind of stuff that goes on. It is a dog-eat-dog world. It is obviously an ever-changing landscape as well, as people are constantly being added and leaving and stuff like that. So I suppose the healthiest way to look at it is it's a ride. You know, you're going to be there. You don't know how long for. There's going to be things that are going to be out of your control. There's going to be things that are going to be really frustrating, you know, but you just got to make it work, and you got to get over as quickly as you can, and, you know, make that impression. And if you can do that, it's going to be harder for them to cut your pay and to cut you, because to be honest, they ain't going to want to lose you, because if you're over and you got that connection with the fans, they don't want to see you walk out the door and go to AEW. Their loss being AEW's gain. And of course, you can look at New Day and Kyrie and go, well, you know, they just cut them. But the truth is, the New Day are not the team they were going back 10 years ago. You know, they don't get used as much. I don't think they generate the same numbers that they used to. Thing is, though, that can be reawoken, you know? Now that Kofi's gone and Xavier's gone, I think a lot of fans can be like, oh my God, you've done that to Kofi. And Xavier, like, no way. Like, you know, you can reawaken that love for them. Just because it might have gone a little bit dormant doesn't mean it was gone. So, you know, I've seen a lot of people saying that they will check out AEW if New Day pop up there. You know, they'll want to see what New Day get up to. There's a lot of love for those guys. And maybe even the same for Kyrie as well. You know, if Kyrie goes to AEW could find itself picking up some new viewers, right? I don't know that it'd be anything sizable, but I think both of those, New Day and Kyrie, would be good pickups for AEW. Wrestling said, who do we think's going to dethrone Tony? Well, it feels like he needs the belt for a little while just to make him legit, because he's only just got it. So, I don't know. I mean, Evil is sniffing around, but I don't know that I would give it to Evil at this stage, because I think Tony really needs a run. I think I'd have someone take Evil's attention away, and then eventually I'd get Evil to that belt. You got to remember, a lot of people don't watch New Japan. A lot of people are not going to know Evil, and a lot of people are not going to feel any sort of aura or anything about him. So even though he's a big name that's come in, I think you're going to have to kind of reintroduce him or introduce him to WWE fans. I think by giving him a damn good run in NXT, making him look good, making him like a final boss type character, I think that's how I would use Evil. So if you do Evil Tony, I just don't see how Evil doesn't win. I really don't. So I think that I'd like to see Tony have a decent run first. So I think I'd try and delay the Evil match as much as possible. But yeah, I think Evil should get that title. Maybe he is the one that beats Tony. Definitely feels like one of the more credible options that's left. You know, there's no Ricky, there's no Ethan, there's no Joe. You know, we're not drowning in like big names in NXT anymore on the men's side. So I'd have to think Evil. But yeah, I think we're all going to be keeping an eye out on Will Cruz. I'm very excited to see what he can bring. But I think he'll be in NXT for a good few years, Will Cruz. Don't know about Evil, though. I'd imagine they'll move quicker with him. Daze, if TKO does the impossible and replaces all the wrestlers with celebrities to revive Celebrity Deathmatch, would that make you stop watching WWE? We'd have to see. I mean, I would imagine so. But I don't feel like that's going to be happening anytime soon. Big Time said, Daze, if we're being honest, this is the most the New Day has been talked about in forever. That's true. Casey, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. If TKO, we answered that. The downside is that I need to prepare for a fight with her. Lots of conversations going on in the chats. TNK Tack Shout out to you, buds. This is why when we say save up, the fountain of money can't go on forever. Ms. Marie sold their 7.7 million home in LA, according to TMZ last month, and moved to Vegas, right? It's a lovely home. Lovely home. Yeah, it's true. I saw actually Jinder Mahal saying that a lot of wrestlers don't understand finances, don't understand taxes. And I don't know if he's trying to help advise them financially, but he was saying that they should teach them financial stuff in NXT because, you know, save your money. Don't think I've made it and just splurge all your money on stupid purchases. Like, invest it wisely and all this sort of stuff, right? And I thought it was good. I thought it was really, yeah, they should kind of help the wrestlers because no idea how long any of them are going to stay with the company. I think us as fans probably need to accept that as well, that this is not fair. This is not a good company, like, that's going to look after its employees, whatever, you know. This is a company that's going to cut and is going to release and is going to, you know, get people to take pay cuts to try and maximize revenue. And listen, that ain't changing. This is TKO. This is also, maybe to a slightly lesser extent, what Vince was doing. I don't know that he was necessarily getting people to take pay cuts, but he was certainly releasing a lot of people. And I'm sure there was many people that had pay cuts negotiated when it was time for their new contracts as well. So I don't know if Vince was doing everything as bad as what TKO have done. I don't know if TKO are like Vince turned up to 11, but Vince was certainly doing a lot of this stuff as well. So there won't be any changes to this, of course. Information on Backlash. Over 12,000 tickets distributed for Backlash this Saturday. So there we go. Bit of information about Backlash. Over 12,000 tickets distributed. Okay. If you get paid a huge chunk of money, you better pay your taxes first to avoid IRS. Well, you definitely don't want him coming round. You definitely don't want Money Incorporated paying you a visit. Brian said, do we think TKO push Z-list celebrities like Jelly Roll, iShowSpeeds, and Pat in prominent Mania matches as a message to the wrestlers that they're not moving the needle? I don't think it's a message to the wrestlers. I think that it is... I don't think it's a message because... I think there are wrestlers that move needles that were not put in that position. So, but what I think it is it's them attempting to just reach out to fans outside of wrestling. I mean, the thing is, if you're a wrestler and you move the needle, you are likely only attracting wrestling fans. You know, if you are Becky Lynch, and I put you in a big women's main event match and you get me a better rating, that increase is probably only going to be, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000, whatever, right? But it's only going to be wrestling fans that are Shella Watch or Shana Watch. It's probably not going to be your average Joe, right? There might be the odd one or two, but it ain't going to be anything sizable. So the reason they go and get Jelly Roll, his fan base is largely country music fans, right? Or music fans. The majority of which probably don't interact with wrestling at all. So it is this wave of new eyes to the product that maybe have not watched before. So, and again with Pat has got access to NFL fans that, you know, are football fans. Some of which might have watched wrestling, many of which might not have watched wrestling. Some might have watched in the Attitude Era and haven't watched since. But guess what? Pat's going to be on the show this weekend. Hopefully his fans tune in for that, right? So it's not done as a message of you're not getting over, so we're going to use these celebrities. I think it's done because the celebrities' fan bases exist outside of the wrestling world. But, I think that, like, it's it's disappointing that they don't sort of put wrestlers in some of those spots. Like, I do think that the backlash, obviously, against Pat was warranted, because that could have been a big spot for a wrestler to have been in. Like, we didn't need a celebrity to be in that position. I don't really think we needed anyone there at all, but it would have been a lot more palatable if that had gone to a wrestler. And we had wrestlers that can move the dial that could have gone into that position. So, yeah, for me, that's why we bring celebrities in. That's why I don't see that ever changing, because it's WWE's way of reaching outside of the wrestling bubble. And there's always going to be a need to do that. But I think it's how you use those celebrities. There wasn't too many people moaning about speeds. You know, I didn't need it, but it was the opening match, and it was a nothing tag match that I didn't care about. Did I need it? No. Because I'd have rather had something better there, a match that I cared about. I'd rather that have been Io versus Asuka. But I get it. You want to get Speed on. Speed's got a massive fan base. The clip of it's going to go viral. It's going to go all over social media. So, I mean, you can sort of tolerate that and go, fine. TKO, you can have that one, right? Speed fans, welcome. You can have that one, right? But give me the rest of the show, right? The rest of the show is mine. But if you're going to put Pat in such a prominent position around the main event in a match that we really cared about, Randy, Cody, that have got this rich history, and you got Pat coming in talking absolute nonsense about how he wants to bring the Attitude Era back, which he can't, because we're a PG product. That was not PG. So you're not going to be able to do that. Talking about how there's 5'5" wrestlers wrestling Iron Man matches. No one knows what the hell he's on about in regards to that. We haven't been watching Iron Man matches, so I don't even know what he's talking about there. But if he's talking about 5'5" wrestlers wrestling, they're not going away. So even if Randy wins the title, you're still going to have smaller wrestlers on the show. So Randy winning the belt doesn't change anything. So again, you go, what are you on about? Are you telling me that if Randy had won at WrestleMania, we would have fired the likes of Johnny Gargano, Carmelo Hayes, you know, all of the smaller, unless you reach a certain height, you're out the door? I mean, of course we wouldn't. We've just released a lot of people, but it wasn't down to height, right? We weren't like measuring them up or anything, right? So what was Pat on about? What was Pat on about? What was he gibbering on about? It was absolute nonsense that he was talking about, right? Absolute nonsense. He was talking about saving the business. And you know it was nonsense. We said it was nonsense. And you know it was nonsense. Because as soon as WrestleMania was done, he turned around and went, do you know what? Yeah, no, I was wrong. Turns out Cody's fine. Turns out the business doesn't need saving. Turns out everything I said was rubbish. So, sorry about that. And you go, wow, isn't that great? Isn't that great? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for absolutely ruining night one of WrestleMania. Absolutely ruining one of the matches I was most excited for. Absolutely ruining a couple of episodes of SmackDown, completely sinking the momentum that we were trying to build as we were heading to WrestleMania. Like, well done. His gut feeling was to not get involved. That was his gut feeling. If rumors are to be believed, he said, I'm not going to get involved in this, right, when he was first asked, when Ari Emanuel went to him. And for some goddamn reason, he changed his mind. Some reason he changed his mind. And that's on him. I don't know what was said to change his mind, but his gut feeling was correct. It's funny, isn't it, how his gut was telling him not to go for it. And he ends up changing his mind. Maybe they threw a bit of extra money at him. Perhaps they said they would have some follow-up plans that he would like. Or I don't know. I don't know what was said. But his gut feeling, if rumors are true, was to turn it down. And he did turn it down. And then for some reason they went back to him and he accepted. And then, of course, regretted it. And apparently we know that Cody, Jelly Roll versus Randy and Pat was meant to go down at Backlash, and that has now not happening. And I think the problem with all of that now is that this has now changed plans. So I'm pleased it's not happening, right? Don't get me wrong. I mean, I would not want to be watching Pat this weekend. So I'm pleased, right? But you can't ignore the fact that now we've got to change plans. Now we've got to do something else instead, right? So it looks like Randy's just gone missing. It looks like we're now going to move on to Cody Gunther. Don't know what Gunther was going to be doing. There was rumours of Gunther Roman. So I don't know what happens there. That's got to change. So all of a sudden we're going down roads that I genuinely don't think were the plan before WrestleMania. I think there was a whole thing laid out for post-Mania, and all of that's now changed because now Gunther's going after Cody. There's rumors it was going to be Gunther and LA Knight. So what does LA Knight do now? We know that Randy Cody was going to continue, but that doesn't look like it's going to continue at the moment because Cody's getting involved with Gunther. So, do you know what I mean? Like, now it's kind of all had a knock-on effect of that. So there are people kind of getting in touch going, I'm struggling with WWE at the moment because a lot of stuff feels like it's a bit thrown together. And then you see stuff like this, like we're talking about, and you go, that might be part of the reason why it feels thrown together. So the reverberations, the aftershock of Pat getting involved, and Jelly Roll, let's not ignore that Jelly Roll was involved as well. They might still be being felt with, you know, the build to Backlash and the fact that it feels a little strange in places because some of this really might have been thrown together quite late because of the fact we've had to change course, you know. Right, Jono said, have we heard anything about Randy? Since WrestleMania, it's like he's left the face of the earth. I don't believe I have, no. I don't believe I have heard anything about Randy. I'm trying to think if I did. I was going to start, you know, and I don't know why I didn't do it. I think WrestleMania kind of got in the way. But I was going to start keeping a spreadsheet of the latest rumors that had been reported for every wrestler. So if I had a question like that, I could just click on it, look at Randy. Oh, yeah, last Tuesday, there was this report. And that's the last thing I've seen. Because off the top of my head, I don't recall. But I don't recall anything to do with Randy. I don't remember seeing anything to do with Randy. To be honest, I think the truth is they can't really do anything with Cody, or didn't think they could. They didn't know how bad the eye was. So there was no need for Randy. The next plan for Randy was Cody. And with Cody's injury, they weren't sure how bad that was. Obviously, they found out it was just bruised. Like, there was no real damage. And we saw Cody on Friday in a match with Ricky, right? But the decision has also been made to go in the Gunther direction. So I think Randy just finds himself now out of the plans. I mean, there's no injury or anything, because the last time we saw Randy, he was punting the head off Cody. So, I mean, I'm not aware of any injury. Not aware of any niggle or anything like that. So I'm not aware that he's off doing a film. Certainly not aware of any falling out. I think that might just be a plans change situation. I think it's just that, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm not. I don't remember reading anything of there being any big issues or anything. Daze, I think we might be onto something. Let's have Bianca pregnancy be a story where 9 months later it's revealed that Pat was the father. I'm okay, thank you. Rob, shout out to you. Ronnie said, Daze, what do we think about Spirit Airlines closing? I only ask because companies are getting bolder with more strange business decisions. WWE cutting people without care and airlines crashing. World a bit weird. Spirit Airlines going. We don't have Spirit. I don't think we have Spirit over here. I think it's Spirit Airlines like a domestic American airlines, because to be honest, the only time I'd ever heard of them was I sometimes watch John Oliver Last Week Tonight, right? because he does some really interesting topics, and obviously he can be quite funny with it. So he'll talk about prison reform, or he'll talk about whatever, right? And I sort of enjoy watching those things, and I suppose in a way it's just a way of stepping out of the wrestling bubble, kind of watching stuff, a few bits like that. So he would always take the mick out of Spirit Airlines. If ever there was like a company that was doing some bads, he'd be like, well, that might be bad, but, well, it's not as bad as Spirit Airlines. Yeah, you know their slogan. If we don't crash, it's been a great day. So, he'd always do stuff like that. That was the only time I'd ever heard of Spirit. So I have heard that they've now kind of gone out of business. I think it's just a business that's failed. I mean, we see that all the time. We saw it with Toys R Us. That's another business that's failed. We saw it with Kmart. Businesses fail on a regular basis. I think this is just another business that has failed. So I don't really have any thoughts about it. It's not a company that is on my radar. I couldn't go into the details as to why they failed. But, yeah. I'm sure it's a big deal in America. I don't think Spirit operated over here, though. I think they're more a domestic American airline. Daze, what do we think will be the main event of SummerSlam, said Brian. Someone the other day said Punk, Cody, Ober, Roman. And I got to say right now, that doesn't feel too bad. Maybe Seth or Roman might be in contention after the little face-to-face. I mean, we know that Roman said to Ober, I'll see you later in the year. Like, let's see how you do over the summer. Well, SummerSlam is still the summer. It's August 1st and 2nd. So I don't know if he's not talking about more Survivor Series. I don't know if he's talking more about like that sort of September, October, November, December time, rather than SummerSlam. But of course, if Ober wins King of the Ring, I mean, well, there you go. I mean, there's not much Roman can do about it. He can say, I'll see you later in the year. But if Ober wins King of the Ring, he gets the title shot, doesn't he? So I don't know if we're going to do Cody, Punk, and Ober, Roman. The only thing I'd say is if Gunther is next for Cody, is Cody going to be keeping that belt? I wouldn't think so. I think if you're going to pull the trigger on Gunther, you do it now. He just retired John Cena. John could not have done more. John did too much, in my opinion, by tapping him. I think that was more a reflection of John than it was of Gunther. Gunther put John in a submission. It's John's choice as to whether he taps or passes. And he decided to tap. So the reason he did that was to just make people even more angry that Gunther can now brag about making the man that said he's never going to give up, right? And there was a lot of upset about it at the time because people were saying, that's not Gunther though, is it? That's John's decision to tap. It's not Gunther that's, grabbing his hand and making him. But whatever. John basically could not have done any more. I think we can all agree on that, to put Gunther over. He lost to him in his last match, and he flipping gave up as well. So we gotta repay John. Do you know what I mean? I feel like we owe it to John to actually put the belt on Gunther, because John gave everything to Gunther. AJ Styles recognized that and retired against Gunther at the Royal Rumble as well. Obviously, we know WrestleMania didn't quite go to plan, but Gunther still got the win. I feel like if you ain't going to pull the trigger now, when are you pulling the trigger? He's just retired AJ Styles. He's just retired John Cena. The only reason why it feels a little cold is because we haven't been seeing him. We haven't seen much of Gunther since the Rumble, really. He wasn't really a big part in the build to WrestleMania. So that's why it might feel a little cold. His win at WrestleMania was a little disappointing as well. I understand that Bron Breakker was always going to get involved, but it would have been a hell of a lot better if Gunther had just beaten Seth and just won clean. And actually, we were sat here now with, Seth can say I was distracted. I wasn't really mentally ready for Gunther, but I got to pay respects. On that day, he beat me. But my attention turns to Bron Breakker. I would have liked that. That would have been good. It would have been good for Seth to have lost clean to Gunther. It builds Gunther up, continues, him being a big threat. I think Seth's fine by saying, this was not the person I wanted to face, right? I need to get my hands on Bron Breakker. I think we could all understand that. And, Seth saying, I'll get back to Gunther in the future, sets up an interesting rematch. Gunther stays legit. He can move on. That would have been better. I think it probably feels a bit cold because we ain't seen much of him. And then he gets a bit of a, screwy win at WrestleMania, which I hate the fact WWE do that so much. There's a place for it. I'm not saying get rid of all of the screwy shenanigans, but I don't know about you, but I am really fed up of it. I mean, certainly yesterday when I was looking at Judgment Day and just how much they were getting involved, you do find yourself going, come on, ref, Jess, get rid of them. Like, I know this is WWE. I know this is sports entertainment. I know this is what happens, but I am so fed up of it. Can we not just get rid of them from rings? Just throw them out. If they're going to stand there, fine. But as soon as they start popping up on the edge of the ring, just be like, well, no, I'm not interested in what you've got to say. You're gone, right? I think, actually, I would have been fine with it if as soon as they jumped up, she was like, no, you're not doing this. You right now, you're out of there, right? And while she's doing that in the background, there's something happening. I probably could have coped with that a bit more because at least she was being active. At least she was trying to get rid of them. At least she was in the process of actually managing the situation. But when she's just standing there like, get back down. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be on the edge of this ring. Get back down, right? Go stand with all the other ones out there. You're like, oh my God. No one is managing. It just makes the referee look so stupid. No one is managing this situation, So, but again, you get the age-old answer of, oh, it's sports entertainment. It always happens. It's not a problem. And it's like, yeah, I get it always happens, but it's flipping annoying. It's annoying when it goes that far. Well, you know what I mean? So, yeah, the Judgment Day one. I did have my struggles with Raw yesterday. I was looking at the opinions video and people seem to be a lot more into it than me. There was like 6s and a few 7s, and I gave it like a low 5. But I think it's because, I'm not a fan of the Joe Hendry stuff. Like, I'm really not into this Fire Logan Paul thing because I'm just not really into the songs anyway. But like a song about firing someone when all I'm seeing is cuts and pay cuts and releases, and don't forget Joe Hendry. He might be the one singing it, but it ain't his idea. So this means that Triple H has just had to cut a load of people to get the budget working, right? And he's had to ask a load of people to take pay cuts. And then he's also decided that now is a good time to actually do a song about releasing someone. I mean, it's weird. It's weird. Of all the times that this isn't December, right? It's not like we're 6 months after cuts. It's the same week. In fact, the New Day kind of went, Saturday? And then come Monday, we're singing a song about can we fire someone else? Now, granted, it's Logan. I understand. But it's still weird to me. It's still really weird. This is not Joe Hendry's idea. He has not just arrived on the main roster and gone, do you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to sing a song about firing Logan Paul. This is going to have come from creative. They will have given him this. It's like, do this as the topic, right? Maybe they didn't write the song, but they will have, worked with him and told him, this is what we want you to do. You're going to go into a program with the vision, and that's going to allow the Street Profits to come down. So what we want you to do a song about maybe Logan getting fired or something like this. That means Logan can get upset. He can attack you. The Street Profits can then come and make the save. Like, this is going to have been driven by creative. It's just weird that they're doing this at the time where there's actual cuts happening. So, yeah, I don't know. That stuff to me doesn't land. And then the outside interference with the Judgment Day I found really annoying. people know that I've not been crazy about the Jacob Roman story. And actually, you lot were not crazy about that final segment. You scored it good 91, good 92. You weren't like blown away. You weren't doing cartwheels about how amazing it was. Wow, the storytelling here is flipping biblical, you know? So I think it did have like, it just felt off in places to me. And then, some of the wrestling was quite good. I mean, what I would say is the El Grandes was perfectly fine watch. The tag match probably being the best match, the one earlier with Penta. But again, we're watching tag matches that don't involve tag teams. I mean, this is a nothing match to do with 4 people interested in the IC belt, the champion and 3 challengers. And we put them into a nothing match, tag match. Just the match itself was fine, but we didn't need it. Like, it's not a match that we needed. It's weird, isn't it? Like, we're cutting tag teams and we're putting singles wrestlers into tag matches. It's just a bit strange. So, and that was the best match, to be honest. That was the best match. So, yeah, I had my struggles with Raw, but it was a go-home show. So, I didn't really go into it thinking it was going to be a mind-blowing episode. But for me, it was one of the weaker episodes that I've seen in a while for Raw. And probably not a surprise because of the fact that it was a go-home, you know. So anyway, I think we covered quite a few topics there. Right, if you watch Triple H in his prime, all he did was belittle the fans. He would tell other wrestlers that they're never going to be world champions when his career wasn't that great in general. Triple H was mid-tier at best, says Ronnie. Flame Fist said, it's a good point. Maybe Triple H is using reverse psychology on the fans. Well, I think the reason why they're doing it now, genuinely, is because they want Logan to get heat. Because he can respond and he can say, I'm unfireable. TKO will never cut me. So this whole thing is about releases. And the timing of it is not a coincidence. The reason why Joe Hendry is singing that song and the reason why Logan is responding the way that he is responding is because they are using the current releases in a sort of storyline. I'm just not crazy about that. I'm just like, do you know what I mean? I'm like, I just don't need that. Of all the things you could have Joe Hendry do, I mean, even if there was a bit of distance, even if it was a month or 2 down the road, it would be more palatable. But we're talking, a week after all those people got released and days after the New Day, Tongaloa and JC went, you know? And I think that is not a coincidence. That's not like, oh, God, I didn't really think, this is being done for a reason. And I think the reason is because, they're probably trying to make the releases a little bit more palatable. As you said, you've got fans actively singing, can we fire Logan Paul? Mentally, is that sort of making them thinking about releases a little bit different? I'll tell you the other thing I thought, and that is, and I don't think it works, so I don't think it is this, but sometimes WWE do stuff so that when you search for it, it buries it. So, for example, if you search releases, would the Joe Hendry song come up instead of the news about the releases? You know? It's a little bit like when Vince was facing all the Janelle Grant stuff. He went on TV to say, thanks to the fans and everything. And again, it sort of felt like he had done that because the speeches were weird. It sort of felt like he had done that so that if you searched for Vince, it came up that he was on SmackDown and he was on Raw. Vince shockingly appears on the show, addresses the fans. If you did a Google search for Vince McMahon, that would come back rather than the Janelle Grant stuff that had broken just before. So sometimes these things happen so the real story gets pushed further down and the visibility of it is lessened. It's burying bad news. Why do you think all the releases came out in the hours just before SmackDown aired last Friday? Before. It's because you do the releases and then whatever goes down on SmackDown can bury the news. Again, it's not this. I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the timing of these things are not coincidental. There is a reason why these things happen at the time that they happen. And a lot of the time it's to bury the bad press. A lot of the time it's to push it down, replace it with something different. I don't think it works on this occasion. I did actually search to see if what would come back and the releases come back. But Can We Fire Logan Paul does not really bury, it doesn't feature the word releases. It doesn't really like bury the news. So I can't say they're doing it for that reason. So then my mind goes, well, why are they doing it? And there could be a little bit in reverse psychology. There could be a little bit in making firing seem fun. I don't know. I think the real reason is that they want Logan to respond to Joe and brag about the fact he is unfireable. If I was a betting man and I had to put money down on why we're doing this now, I would say it is because they want Logan to say that he's unfireable. It would be bad for business to get rid of him. Which, in a roundabout way, is him saying that it's good for business to get rid of the people they got rid of. But it would be bad for business to get rid of him. And it's a way of getting heat. It's a way of people booing him louder. It's a way of people despising him more. Like, I can't believe he's saying that. You know, he's kind of like bragging at the fact he didn't lose his job. And I think that's the reason why they've chosen to do this now, so that he can respond in that way. So again, you know, for me, I look at this sort of song and I look at all this and I look at the timing of it. I try and figure out why we're doing it now. It doesn't really sit very well with me. I can't see like good positive reasons as to why we're doing this now, even though I'm not a Logan fan, you know. And that's what they're tapping into, isn't it? They know there's people out there that don't like Logan and would be fine with seeing him lose his job. So a lot of people are, you know, they're not thinking that way. They're just singing the song because they want Logan gone. But it is strange, isn't it? How we're talking on the one hand about losses, releases and stuff like that. And then on the other hand, singing songs about hoping someone loses their job. So, yes, reasons as to why Raw didn't quite feel... Oh, well, one reason there. But there was a few others. The Jacob Roman stuff is not a story that I've been loving. But I am very much excited to see what we do at Backlash. I am looking forward to that. Ronnie said, I thought what you said about the refs kicking people out with managers' licenses is valid. You should be a manager and not just a member of a group. Well, that's how it used to be. I mean, you can obviously find lots of examples of tag partners being at ringside. The truth is that it was a rule, the whole manager license thing. We never know when these rules change because they never make any public announcements of, oh, no, that was a rule in the 90s. We don't do that anymore. Because the rules are not written anywhere. And the rules can change whenever they want to change them. But back in the day, you used to have a manager's license. I've never heard any different to it. But the truth is that a lot of factions and a lot of tag teams have their partners at ringside. My understanding of it is that they're there, you know, as an option, really. Like, they don't have a right to be there. They're there and no one's told them they can't be there. This is why, you know, the ref has always got the ability to go, you're out of there, right? And do that big dramatic, I'm kicking you out from ringside. Because they're not meant to be there. They're not meant to be there anyway. So, yeah, I would like to see that just get managed a little bit better than it is. You're never going to get rid of it, and you shouldn't. Because I think wrestling should always have some options as to how do we get out of this. There might be times where you need to get out of a situation. You're like, oh, I don't know. You know, one of those where it's like, what do I do here? Because neither guy can take the loss. But I think what's happened with wrestling, and it's probably happened many, many, many years ago, is it's just become very lazy with using shenanigans and outside interference even in matches where it really is not needed, it really does not make a difference, doesn't matter. You know, people can take losses clean. It's okay. You know, it's not like everyone's got to be, baby faces have got to be protected all the time. So, yeah, I think that it's gone too far, way too far. And it would be nice to just scale back the outside interference, but you never get rid of it, because there are many occasions where, yeah, you're going to have two people that you're going to look at and go, oh, I just don't know, man. I mean, which way do I go on this one? This is going to be very, very difficult. I mean, imagine if you was doing, say, Ober, Roman now at Backlash. You'd, for some reason, book that match. I mean, you wouldn't really want Ober losing clean. I don't think you would want Roman necessarily losing clean. So you'd probably want some sort of shenanigan. So, I mean, you're definitely going to want shenanigans, but, oh my God, it's getting to the point now where it's getting harder to find matches where it doesn't happen. Certainly on Raw and SmackDown. So, yeah, just there. But, you know, these little frustrations, these little things, they do add up. These little frustrations, they do add up. They do kind of lead to people being like, "Oh my God, I'm just really struggling with wrestling at the moment, and I'm not sure why." They're like, "I'm not sure why. I'm struggling with wrestling, but I don't know. I'm not sure why, but I'm just not feeling it." And I really believe it's because a lot of these little things add up and get to the point where, oh, I'm not keen on that. I'm not keen on that. I'm not keen on that, and they're just little things. But they do add up to something significant in the end. So, I don't know. Everyone's different. Everyone's got their own struggles. Everyone's got their own frustrations and things they like and don't like. But, you know, no women's match this week. Story with Jacob Roman that I don't think's making much sense. The release song, which I just don't really need at this time. Outside interference in the first match. Singles wrestlers in tag matches, which it was a good match. I'll take it. But if it's one of the best things on the show, you do kind of go, what the flip? You know? Really? That's one of the best things we've got. And I didn't even need it. It didn't make my life any better. If I never got that match, it would have been fine. I would have much rather had a match that actually meant something and mattered. I'd have took Ethan Penta. I mean, do you know what I want, actually? I realised this. I just want a banger. I just want an absolute banger with a really good, clean finish. I just want to watch. And I think AAA kind of taught me this. I just want to watch a really great match. I want to tune into Raw. I want to tune into SmackDown. And I want to go, do you know what? I'm so pleased I saw that. That's a match I don't know that I will get on PLE. But, oh yeah, that just delivered. That was so good. I mean, imagine if we did Becky Sol Ruka next week instead of at Backlash, right? Or whenever it's going to happen. Sorry, it's not Backlash. Probably going to be Saturday night's main event or Clash in Italy. But imagine we do it next week and it opens the show and it gets time and it's a banger and there's no outside interference. Becky gets the win. Absolutely fine. Sol Ruka, a great new talent. Just not quite ready to beat Becky Lynch. No shame in that. That's absolutely fine. Sol Ruka then has to, kind of rebuild. She'll face Becky in the future. Is she ready now? At some point, she'll beat Becky, and it'll mean more when she does because she fell short before. This is why it's not a problem to take a clean loss because you can get a clean win in the future, and you can tell a story of growth, a story of development, a story of improvement that could be very satisfying. And imagine if they gave them time and it was a banging match. Becky gets the win. That builds up Becky's credibility. She can beat people like Sol Ruka, which you would expect. Sol Ruka, no shot, not quite ready, but hell of a performance. Doesn't really lower her stock. She's someone to keep an eye on. And the commentators can get that message across. Just a really good, flipping, satisfying match that's going to have advert interruptions. But do you know what I mean? You kind of watch and go, damn, I'm so glad I tuned into Raw. And we just don't do that, do we? I mean, look at our opening match this week was Finn JD and had tons of outside interference. Anyway, 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Flame Fist, I think WWE tries to not have amazing wrestling. They just try to keep the awesome matches for when it's needed, said Flame Fist. I think that's dangerous, to be honest, because their main money is made from Raw and SmackDown and the ESP. It's those TV deals where they really make their money. And so giving people a reason to tune into the shows, not making the shows feel like, I'll just watch the highlights. You know, making it feel like, no, you need to watch the show because we've been building towards this match and it finally goes down on Monday and it's going to be a banger. You don't want to miss it. Like, I think it's dangerous to just, I don't know, just allow matches to be good 92, good 89, that kind of level, you know. They should be striving for these to be great. And I think they would want them to be, but obviously we know the lack of house shows has really hurt chemistry. The lack of house shows is really kind of hurt that sort of momentum that you need, that sort of rhythm that you need in order to put on good matches. And I saw a really interesting comment, actually. Drew McIntyre said he was quite happy that house shows were not happening anymore. And he said the reason was because you could get injured at house shows. And now he doesn't feel that there's as much of a risk. But it was really interesting because a wrestling historian got back to Drew and was like, well, injuries have actually increased since house shows stopped. And the reason for that is because you shouldn't feel like you've been in a car crash after every match you have. If you're only wrestling X amount of times a year, a few times a year at PLEs or the occasional Raw match, your body is going to be feeling it a hell of a lot more each time. Whereas if you was in that rhythm, your body is not going to be feeling it as much. I think the truth is there's pros and there's cons. There's pros and there's cons. For your long-term health, it's going to be better to not wrestle as much because it's not going to be as much strain on the body. But what it does mean is that your body is really going to feel it on the occasions where you do wrestle, and the quality of your matches is likely going to decrease. So there's pros and cons to the argument. I just thought it was a very interesting conversation that I saw sort of playing out online. I think it was Brian Solomon who has written some fantastic books about wrestling. So it wasn't some kid that thinks they know better than Drew McIntyre. It was someone that's really studied wrestling for decades and has written some of the best received books. He did a recent one on Gorilla Monsoon, which I've still not read, actually. Came out at the end of last year. Need to read that. The over-reliance on security interrupting segments is a sign of really bad creative. They don't seem to be able to create tension and drama. Adam, that's a great point, because I have mentioned this before, but we tuned into AAA, and they had a contract signing between the El Grandes, and they had a load of security, and you just go, I've seen this. I know how this is going to go. I know how this is going to play, right? Big brawl, security are going to stop them. They're not going to be able to. Security are going to get jumped on. They're all going to fall down like flipping bowling pins, and seen this. And at the end of the segment, the El Grandes had not touched once. The security had not been made to look stupid, and it was absolutely a completely different segment from the one I was anticipating. And it was so refreshing as a result. I loved the segment. It's actually one of my favorite segments of the year, because you kind of go in with one expectation and you come out of it going, that's not what I was anticipating, and it's so much better than what I was anticipating. They managed to do a segment, about 10 minutes or so, where they did a contract signing. Neither guy put their hands on each other. No security guards were made to look foolish. There was no big brawl. And it was engaging, engrossing. It was well written. There was things that went down. There was emotion. I mean, it was a proper written segment. It was a proper, I felt like I was watching a story unfold. It felt cinema, actually, because there were these developments in the story. It was very good. Very, very good. So I agree. Those kind of tropes where security guards all fall down. Do you know what I mean? There's like flipping 20 of them and one wrestler with a crossbody's knocking all these men over. I do, it's those kinds of moments that we just sort of don't really pay attention to anymore, that I think a stranger might look at and go, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? It's those kind of moments that I don't know if that actually is what gives wrestling a bit of a bad name, and we're just so desensitized to it these days, I certainly think if someone had walked in during the gingerbread man stuff, that might be a bit tricky to explain. But I don't know, man. Wrestling is a fantastic art form that has got so much variety. It can do so many different things, go down so many different roads, make you feel so many different emotions. It's always going to be good, bad, cringe. It's always going to be a mixture of all these things, right? Funny, of course, with Danhausen at the moment. I suppose that's why we love it, because you never quite know what you're going to get, really, just like with tonight's NXT. Are you wearing a tuxedo on Friday, said Shakira. I don't own a tuxedo, but I don't even own one. I don't think you would wear a tuxedo to a funeral, to be honest. A tuxedo, is that not more like a dinner suit? More kind of going out for the evening? Do you know what I mean? If you was going to a ball, I think you would wear a tuxedo. I don't know that you wear it to the gingerbread man's funeral, to be honest. So, no, I don't have any plans to certainly not wear a tuxedo. I don't even own one. But I don't even know if I own a black suit. I used to. I mean, I had to have one. I had a couple of grandparents that passed away in the past, so I needed one for that. That was a good few years ago now, though. Where it is, I don't know. If I could even squeeze into it, I doubt. There's a lot more of me now than there used to be. Yeah, I blame Ben & Jerry's. I really do. That's Ben, and that's Jerry right there. There's a lot of investment that's gone into this. So I don't think I'm squeezing into any suits at the moment. Right, we are underway with our main show. Let's get it. Let's get it. I don't even know what we're starting with. Obviously, we know Zaria's on the show. Mate, we're going to get Callie Armstrong versus Jaida. That's going to be so flipping good. I'm so here for that. Okay, we are inside the Performance Center. NXT. You can feel the energy. Yeah, so there was, Vic Joseph just saying last week, there was a seismic shift. And there was. I mean, it really did feel like a reset, a refresh. Imagine going to the theatre and two main characters just face off in the final. 20 security guards separate them. I find it frustrating. I would rather talent exchange verbal barbs, says Adam. International talent, said Jojo, looking for a chance. Yeah, so we're just seeing last week. I mean, Tristan is from England. Evil arrived from Japan. I think Cam... There he is. Yeah, they never said his name. Nox Kaijin is expected to be the... Oh, there we go. Is that a fan? I love the chaos, says Tony. I'm looking forward to seeing Will Cruz tonight. I hope we see more of Lizzie Rain. I'm not waiting, says Tony. Tony, bang, spear. Tavion into a table. We got a brawl. We're starting off with a brawl. Shots coming in. Pop, pop. Let's go, Tavion. Okay, wow, we're starting with Jaida against Callie. Ah, yeah, oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. Give it time. Give it time. Let it cook. This is my time, says Jaida. Jaida Uso in the ring. Here's Callie. Go, go. Too strong, Armstrong. Go, go. Here's Callie. Boomers said, I'm watching this on my new laptop. Congrats, buds. Congrats. Unless they add King or Queen of the Ring to one of the upcoming months, it might just be on TV. Their current PLE slate is listed through September to Money in the Bank. I've not heard that they're not doing King and Queen of the Ring, so it could just be that it's going to get announced, but yeah, interesting. Here we go. Bella sounded. Yeah, man, there is an atmosphere. There is, and there should be an atmosphere. The crowd are excited. These two pushing away at each other. Lovely work there by Callie, getting around the back of Jaida. This is going to get ugly, said Vic Joseph. Nice takedown there. Callie goes down. She's right back up on her feet, though. Bang! Jaida taking Callie down. Jaida with Callie. Callie trying to stand firm. Back elbow. Gets round the back of Jaida again. Lovely. Oh, nice reversal. So, Callie going for a bit of an arm drag, hip toss. But actually, it was Jaida that grabbed the head. That was quite nice. I like that. Lovely. Nice roll. Trying to get out. Yep. There's some proper wrestling going on here between these two in the early exchanges. Working on the arm. Grabbing a head. Callie in control at the moment. We're keeping it quite central. Elbow misses. Jaida gets up against the ropes. Yeah, all eyes on Miss Parker. She comes off the rope. Looked like she was going to do like some sort of big boot or so much. Just grabbed the head again. Grab the head. Grab control. Elbows coming into the midsection. Callie comes in. Big boot to the midsection. Jasper Troy against Jackson Drake coming up tonight as well. Over she goes, Callie. Shoulder barge there by Jaida. Getting round the back. Quick work. Nice suplex. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Callie. I tell you, Jaida is looking really good here. I mean, Callie is like just about kicking out. She's getting chucked all over the place. Suplex, pin, collided into, shoulder barge. Like, it's relentless work by Jaida. Jaida going underneath that bottom rope. Callie grabs her, drives her into the edge of the ring. Callie is so athletic. She's got a decent size to her as well. I've seen her kind of towering over a few of the smaller girls, but she's more than met her match here against Jaida. Kick coming in. Jaida back in the ring, duck underneath. Callie over the other side, clothesline. Both women go down. They both clotheslined each other at the same time. Jaida down. Callie down. And I think we're going to commercial break. We are. Right. HBK, Triple H, Kane, Undertaker. Christopher, shout out to you. Callie, let's go. But they always give Jaida the first win, said Meek. This match is great, said Christine. Henry said, did you know WWE had edited out Sol Ruka's botch? I did, yeah. Big boot coming in. Shot coming in as well. To be honest, I would have likely done the same. I mean, if you've got a botch and you can quite easily take it out. I don't know if they edited it on Netflix or if it was just like the social media clip. But, yeah, why keep it in if you don't have to? 1, 2, kick out. Steve said, who's going to step up? Who's going to be the one? Who's going to be the group that can fill that hole by fatal influence? 1, 2, shoulder up. Okay, we are at commercial break. Match is obviously going to slow as a result. Back elbow coming in there by Jaida. Callie definitely feeling that. Charging into Jaida and again. Right now looking for a cover to kick out there by Callie. Jaida coming over. Kick coming in there by Callie. Back elbow there by Jaida as Callie goes down. 1, 2. Okay, so we are still underway with this, but obviously it's kind of slowed as we are at commercial. Sean said, when is the funeral of your chair? Honestly, it's getting there. It is getting there. I really could have done with all this Middle Eastern conflict maybe not happening. I feel like I was seeing prices getting a bit cheaper before all this was happening. All of a sudden now, I'm not seeing prices getting cheaper as much anymore. So, yeah, I mean, if we could just sort of stop the conflict in the Middle East so I can get a new chair, that would be helpful. Nice takeover there by Callie, keeping Jaida down. We're back from commercial break. Back from commercial break in 5 seconds. Robbie said, I saw a clip of Meltzer talking about how WWE have pivoted due to Roman not being at Night of Champions, which is likely why we're getting Gunther Cody. Well, that's interesting because apparently he was not, I don't think, ever going to be there. They said that it was a clerical error about him being added to June. Did you say you saw an actual clip of Meltzer talking about it? I'll have to watch that. Because my understanding is he was never going to be at Night of Champions. So if that's true, there wouldn't need to be a pivot. Right now we got Callie on the outside. Springboards. Crashes down on Jaida. Callie is back up on her feet, shouting out at the crowd. Callie getting back into this. Here we go. Jabs coming. Oh, that's nice. Jabs coming in there by Callie. Whoa, throws in a kick. The leg buckles. Down goes Jaida. Callie, bang, driving a knee into the side of the heads. Callie against the ropes. Ooh, another knee as well. Don't know how much of the knee actually connected, but I mean, it's not meant to connect. But right now, Callie gesturing to the fans. Jaida slumped in the corner. Callie driving her shoulder into the midsection. We're about 15 minutes into this week's NXT. Match has been good, but I just sort of feel like it died like they normally do during the commercial break. So we're just building it back up now. As big kicks coming into the midsection. Jaida going down. Jaida. WWE.com/club WWE. Will that go live on Saturday? Jaida takes the leg away from Callie, picks her up, big back body drop. She gets back up on her feet. Callie is being chucked around here by Jaida. Another big boot. Callie goes down. It's a proper workout, this, for Callie. It's a proper workout. Opening match of NXT. Chop coming in. And again. You know what she's setting up for. Yeah, we're going to see it. Bang! Down she goes. High step. Bang. Charges over. Grabbing Callie. Is this going to be the beginning of the end? No. Callie. Wow. Kick to the midsection. Shot coming in. Shot coming back there by Jaida. These two exchanging blows. In the middle of the ring. Lovely little dig to the body and a shot to the back. Chop coming in. Right now. Callie. Middle of the ring. On the shoulders of Jaida. Raking at the face. And she did as Jaida goes in the corner trying to roll her up. Jaida holds on to that rope. Little bit of confusion there. Oh, lovely power slam. Lovely power slam there by Callie. Didn't feel like Jaida gave her too much assistance on that power slam, you know. Here we go. Picking up speed. Callie. Oh, this could be a huge win. Big win. 1, 2. Oh, wow. Callie Armstrong has just defeated Jaida Parker in the opening match of this week's NXT. That's a big win for Callie. That is a big win. 5 straight victories, Vic Joseph just said. Yeah, they want you to know she's going to be a serious player. It was proper back and forth between these two. And Jaida is frustrated. Yeah, man. Good result. I was expecting Jaida to get the win. Do not interrupt me. I want Tavian tonight. Stone, are you hearing me? Wow. Okay, so I think we're building to Jackson Drake. He's going to be in action against Jasper Troy. Nice. Saturday. Okay. We've got a Wrestle Feud questionnaire again. We do this pretty much every week. So we've got a Wrestle Feud questionnaire for you to answer out. We can have a look at this week, so no surprises as to what the link is going to take you to. So you can see we've had about 16 responses, so we definitely need a boost. We're at commercial break, so this will give you a chance to answer these. Basically, this is for our members stream. We do like a quiz game and we use the answers provided for that game. And these are the questions this week. Some really interesting ones, actually. So, who should win the 2026 Women's Money in the Bank? Which female do you want to see win the Money in the Bank this year? We did the men's last week. We're doing the women's this week. Who is the best wrestler that had face paint? If you think about all the face-painted wrestlers over the years, who would you say is the best? So, who's the best wrestler that had face paint? There's certainly a name that comes to my mind when I think about that, but you might have someone different. I really like this next one. This is one of my favourite questions we've ever asked. So, who is the best wrestler who was let down by their promos? So, who was a great wrestler that you enjoyed watching their work, their wrestling, but when it was time for them to do a promo, you were like, oh my God, not sure about this. Not sure about this person. That's not good at all. But their actual wrestling was so good. Who's the best wrestler who just got let down by their promos? And then this one, what feud would you like to see in 2026? What feud would you like to see in 2026? So I would say make that people that are alive, right? Make that people that are still with us. Like an actual feud that you would like to see in 2026. So those are the questions. Pop your answers in, and it just helps us compile for the game we play with the members. And I think some good ones there. I really like that promo one this week. So, yes, you can click on that and do that. You can also answer the poll. What did you think about that opening match? Callie Armstrong secures a big win in NXT over Jaida Parker. It was kind of clean. There was a moment where she sort of like raked the eyes that, I'm sure that Jaida can mention as an excuse for the loss. But, Jaida suffering a loss against a new talent like that. I love it, though. I'm here for it. Okay, let's get to the chat. We got a minute to go. There's something weird happening with Jaida because she's decent in ring and she cuts decent promos. Izzy Dame is getting the title shot. It just doesn't make sense, said Dr. Luchalala. Yeah, but is it a case that Izzy's going to fall short against Lola? Could it be that Jaida is the one that's going to get the belt, but you just don't want to do it yet because we want Lola to have a decent run? I mean, it could be that Jaida is going to be fine and is going to be champ, but we just can't pull the trigger yet because it's not time for Lola to drop the belt. I hate that I am not here for it, says King Yeti. King Yeti, hope you're doing well, buds. Shining Wizard said that last one's going to be tough. Oh yeah, that's actually partly why I'm so interested to see what people answer. What are people going to say in regards to what feud do they want to see this year? I think there's a few suggestions out there, a few things that have been teased, whatnot, but it's going to be interesting. We always have a top 8, and we ask people what they think the top 8 was, and that's kind of the game, really. Okay, we are back from commercial break then. We are just seeing City Walk. That's a great shot of City Walk, a drone shot of City Walk, which is that kind of area in between Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. Here's Birthright. We've got Ariana Grace, Stax, Lexis King. Here's Finley. Regal's on the phone. Step up. Oh, we just cut off Ariana Gray. She was in the middle of talking there, and we just cut her off. Take it, man. Are they going to show a replay of last week, or the people coming after him? Oh, no, we've got Evil. Here we go. Are we going to get the name reveal? A new era. This is my moment to strike. He's coming straight in and straight to the top. He wants that top prize. I presented you with a proclamation. One day we will do battle. It's written in the rising sun. Naraku debuts next week. Is that his name? Naraku. Is that the name? Naraku. That's not the name that was being reported. I don't know what Naraku... I don't know what that means. Is that the name? I'm all kinds of confused. Is that the name? Well, it came from... Okay. I think it was... like Fightful Selects that said it was Nox. That was in today's Unseen. I'm looking. Yeah. Oh. The plot thickens. I've just gotten to... because in today's Unseen, word was doing the round that Nox Kaijin is the new name for Evil. And I've literally only done Unseen earlier. So I've just clicked on the link for it. And now it's been deleted. That tweet has since been deleted. I wonder if that is his name then. I wonder if that Naraku is going to be the new name. Well, if true, I'll tell you now, I'm editing this out of Unseen. WWE aren't the only ones that can remove botches after they've happened. But yeah, this was being reported by, I want to say Fightful Selects. I want to say that. Yeah, and it is. And I can prove it. I can flipping prove it. If I click on it, it's not going to work. So you kind of have to. You're going to have to just sort of read it, the small lettering. The recently trademarked Nox Raijin ring name is the new name for former IWGP Heavyweight Champion Evil in WWE NXT Fightful Select. And it was Wrestle Talk that posted that. So Fightful Select have apparently said it. It's Wrestle Talk that have reported it. And that's what was said. But that's not what appears to have happened. So... what are the streets saying, man? I need to see what the streets are saying as well. We are underway with Jasper Troy against Jackson. Here we go. His name is Naraku. He's coming after Tony. Evil is now known as Naraku. Naraku debuts next week. Evil's new name, Naraku. 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 Naraku is the official ring name. No one's talking about the Nox... Well, who the hell's Nox Kaijin then? No one's talking about the Nox Kaijin name. That's what I was expecting. Well, there we go. That's all people are saying, that it... Yeah, Naraku is the name. Did someone say it means abyss? Well, regardless, how do we feel about it? Naraku. I don't love it. Naraku. Sounds like an anime. It could be the brother of Naruto. Who cares about Naraku when we've got this blonde ref in the ring, says Dave. Naraku. It does. It sounds like a flipping anime. Narutoku, said Flame Fist. There are worse names, said Jojo. That's true. There are worse names. Shorty G. Callie versus Jaida. Let's get this. Oh, you lot really enjoyed that. Great 56. Good episode so far. So, really fun opening match. We found out the name of Evil as well. Now we're underway with match number 2. We got Jackson Drake on the outside. We're half an hour in. Into the ring post goes the big man. Through the ropes. Jackson Drake collided into Jasper Troy. Okay, in the ring, Jasper Troy. Jackson Drake against the ropes. 1, 2, kick out. Didn't quite have the shoulder down there. Kick coming in there by Jackson. Grabbing the head of Jasper. Jasper going down. Daze, did you see the earnings report from the annual income for Ari, Mark and Nick? It's insane what they got paid, and Superstars got released. Kutiori, is that how you say it? Kutiori said there is a villain in the anime that's called Naraku. Oh, really? Really? Interesting. I wonder if they know that. I mean, I'd imagine they're still going to be allowed to use the name. But, yeah, that's interesting. It does flipping sound like an anime name. Kutiori, thank you. Right now, we have got... Oh, this is what... I'm sat here going... I'm forgetting something here. And it's this. Jasper versus Jackson. So we've shown off a new talent in the opening match in Callie. Now we're showing off a new talent in our second match in Jackson Drake. Jasper Troy's still relatively new as well. Jackson gets the rope, stuck underneath over the other side. Gets caught there by Jasper. Whoa! Reversed into a DDT. Reversed into a DDT. Tyler said, I'm not a fan of Jasper Troy. He just doesn't do anything for me. Jackson to the outsides. Vanity Projects, formerly known as Swipe Right, are the current tag champs. Kip up there by Jasper. Kip up by Jasper. Jackson gets caught. Jackson. Massive choke slam. Driven down. Big man with a senton. This could be the beginning of the end. Over the top to the outsides. Shot coming in there by Jasper. He's laying out Jackson. He's laid out Ricky. He's grabbed Brad. Brad Baylor gets picked up. He's going to get chucked in the ring. Oh, he did well, actually. Oh. Oh, my God. She's just picked up and slammed. No way. Did you see that? She just picked up Jasper Troy, slammed him on the outside of the ring. Dude, they're going to show you a replay of that. They're going to show you a replay because that was incredible. She just picked him up, slammed him down on the outsides. Mate, if she's chucking guys, look at this. Effortless. Effortless. Absolutely effortless. If she's chucking people like Jasper Troy around, she's going to absolutely dominate the women's division. I've never heard you speechless before, and we've been working together for years. Dudes. Dudes. Dude. Dude. Now we've got Tristan Angels. That's actually more impressive than Hogan slamming Andre, and I'm not joking, said Tyler. Huh? He was a 7th generation sheep farmer. I can shear a sheep. Yeah. I can shear a sheep and I can kick your favourite superstar's arse. Dude looks a bit like Pete Dunne's older brother. I've got a 6th sense, and Miles hasn't even got all 5 of his. I think Tristan could be fun. It's like if Hunter Hearst Helmsley and Pete Dunne had a baby. And this would be that baby. If we needed Pretty Deadly to have a 3rd member, we could get that guy. Zaria next. Didn't hate that, said Alex. No. Daze, is it me or does this guy give off 95 Triple H? Yeah, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Defo getting those vibes. He sounds like Will from The In-Betweeners, said Jared. Zaria next. Dude, this show is insane. We had a really fun opening match, which is what we'd been looking for. We had an update on Evil, who's got a new name. We had a second match that was all right. I wasn't, like, getting into, like, you know, losing it. But then, oh, my God. I don't know. Is her name Mika? Don't know how you pronounce it. I haven't seen much of her. She hasn't really been in Evolve. She's kind of come through LFG. But, oh, my giddy aunt. What a slam. We need some lucha matches to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, said the Beach Kevin. I missed the first 30 minutes, but I'm here, said Alex. It's been good, Alex. It's been good. Who Review said, I tagged you in something about Evil's new name. Ooh. The unknown Jessica made her performance debut ahead of tonight's NXT. Yeah, the unknown. What we got? This is the meaning of the new name. It means hell, Hades, or abyss. Thank you. Sol Ruka is now on the Raw roster. Ethan Page, Joe Hendry. Hello, Kelly. Hope you're doing well. Alexa's husband is a big music man. That was definitely not created with AI. He made it and he sang it himself. I loved it. It needs to be a single, says Kelly. So, Kelly enjoying that Alexa Bliss track. Can't wait for NXT, says John. And there we go. People sharing links. So, there we go. A few bits and bobs on in the notifications. The Unknown gives off Chris Statlander alien vibes. Okay. We want Tatum Paxley, said Sadie. Well, we might get Tatum. I mean, we've still got an hour and 20 minutes to go. We should be back from commercial break very, very soon. Jaida still getting done dirty. This is wild. Her booking has been abysmal, said Wrestle Rants. Cake City, said AB. Boomer said, we are NXT. It's been good. Daze, Micah, stop talking to me in DMs. I knew she was going to be debuting soon. Have you been DMing her, have you, buds? I mean, to be honest, it's probably wise that she doesn't engage in DMs with you for an extended period of time. So, respect. Shining Wizard said, how do they know how to book her if she's unknown? Perhaps they have to shine a light in the sky or something, or makes a certain noise, and she'll just appear. Don't know. Perhaps she just keeps showing up. And they're like, what's your name? And she won't talk to them. But they let her have a match and she's really good. I'm looking forward to finding out. Right. Bailey Humphrey was born in 2001, said Word Life Cena fan. Robbie said Soul is going to get an IC title shot immediately after a call-up. It just solidifies Zaria's point, said Robbie. What's that chick's name? The one that's unknown? Or the one that did the slam? It's Micah Lockwood, is it? Lock something. I don't know. What's her name? It's Micah something. Lockwood. Micah Lockwood. Sick. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We should be getting Zaria Origins. Is this Rhea? Yeah. She shared this earlier today. I quite like these. They show you the journey that... But look at that, Rhea with blonde hair. I'm not getting anywhere being this fake version of myself. I like these video packages. They're very interesting. She's had a hell of a ride. Okay, here's Zaria. Both of these women from the same part of the world, of course. So Zaria coming out of Australia. I don't know if she's from New Zealand or Australia, but I believe it's Australia. She definitely was competing in Australian promotions. I think she's Australian. Look how pretty Rhea used to be before she ruined herself. Here's Zaria. Finally, Zaria can be fully unshackled, said Robbie. Zaria's from the same city as Rhea. Oh, I didn't know this. From the same city? What is it, like Melbourne or something? Sydney. Perth. See what Zaria's got to say. Flown by. Absolutely flown by. 45 minutes in. I mean, honestly, if NXT was going to wrap up in 15 minutes and just be an hour, you'd go, damn, that was so fun. That was so good. I really enjoyed that. Maybe a quick promo now and a main event to finish off. And you'd be like, oh, God, NXT is so good. NXT feels different, doesn't it? It does. There's change in the air. For the first time. There's no dead weight. No fake friend. This is how it always needed to be. Why is she setting her sights on the North American Championship? Here's Tatum. I don't think that was... It was okay. I don't think it was amazing from Zaria. I don't know why she's going after a mid-card belt. I like how Tatum looks, though. She looks great. Love that color scheme, white and black. I'm trying to look at her shoes. They look very strange. It won't matter if you scorch the earth. She is one of the best female promos. It's very comfortable. Ah, here's Lizzie. Rock on, man. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. I'm the new blood in the locker room. Tatum Paxley, Lizzie Rain, I'm here for it. Seriously here for it. Okay, looks like we're bringing Nikita Lyons into the conversation. Big pop for Nikita. She did well last week, Nikita. She's looking much better in Evolve as well. Okay, we got Nikita, we got Lizzie, we got Tatum, we got Zaria. Big boot there by Zaria, looking for a German. There was a microphone right there. Ooh, cemetery drive. There's still too many microphones around. Blimey now. There was lots of microphones in the ring there. Thought they would have kicked them out of the way before we started doing stuff like that, but they managed to avoid them. Okay. Nikita losing, that is like The Rock losing his vocal cords. How are they going to get over now, said Weird Flex. Is this Romeo Marino? Noam Dar's back! Noam Dar is back. Me, you, next week. Oh. Imagine if we keep building up Micah and we get to Micah versus Rhea one day. Okay, there's Tony who gets jumped. Oh my God, into the wall. The wall broke. We just broke the wall backstage. Oh, that's gonna be a serious bill. That is gonna be a serious bill. Oh my God. Well, there we go. Jeez Louise, there's a lot of unpacking there. A lot of unpacking. Dar is the best wrestler on the show right now, said Jam. What about the Heritage Championship? That disappeared at the same time Noam Dar disappeared. No, it went to Stax. He lost it to Stax. And didn't it get thrown in the river by maybe Tony or something like that? So Stax is still claiming, or was still claiming, that he's still the champion, but that thing's gone. That is likely never to return. It's at the bottom of some river right now. So, I don't even know if they still list it as an active championship. Let's have a look. Yeah, they do. It's still being listed as an active championship. Stax NXT Heritage Cup, but I mean, it ain't getting defended. Not unless they make a new one. Right, we're at commercial break right now. Mika is coming for Tony's title, said Wayne. Daze Zaria going after the North American Championship makes sense. It was the title that destroyed a friendship, and her winning it could be redemption and full circle. Well, I disagree. I think for me, like, her being held back by Soul and now being free of Soul and realizing now that she was being held back doesn't really make any sense to me why she wouldn't set her sights on the top championship. Like, I've been let loose, you know, limiting herself by going after the mid-card belt. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it doesn't matter if she has that belt. Like, I don't really get it. So I understand your point that that belt was involved in the never-ending story that was Sol Ruka Zaria, but I believe the Speed Championship was as well, because she had both belts. So does that mean she's going to go after the Speed title as well? Because that was also part of the breakup. To me, it's just a bit of nonsense. Let's be honest, the reason why she's doing it is not for that. She's doing it because they don't want to get her to the top title yet, because Lola's got it, and, you know, there's other girls they want to have a look at first before they get Zaria to that level. So they're just going to have a faff around in the mid-card for a bit. Maybe win the belt, maybe have a run with it, and then move her up to the top title. So, I mean, I understand. But, like, if she's now this unleashed monster that realizes she was being held back, I don't really understand why you wouldn't set your sights on that top title. Sleazeboy said, Sol Ruka Zaria match. I would have had both of them fall through the table, and then the show can end. The next episode, Zaria and Sol have been attached together like the movie The Thing with Two Heads. That's what Sleazeboy would have done. Would have gone in a very different direction. So I think we can all agree. I'm just happy that it's over. I'm happy that we no longer have to deal with Zaria and Sol, because that was just a flipping never-ending story. And to be honest with you, it has sort of affected the way I look at Sol a bit, because I'm waiting for her to do something that just moves us on now past that awful feud that I really did not like. So I'm waiting for her to get stuck into something else and like get excited about Sol Ruka again. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We've got Mr. Stone. He has got a headset on. Make it happen. Cam has been shooting his shot. He's making his play. Okay, Lola's coming out. This was going to be our main event. Lola coming out. So Lola and Mr. Iguana going to be in action. Here's Mr. Iguana. Nice little pop for him. It's not a crazy pop. There was a little pop when his music first hit, but it's kind of settled down a little bit. I think he's got the belt around his waist. Always expect the unexpected, says Booker. Okay, let's get rid of our poll because that is going to get a bit too confusing. This was quite a while ago now, actually, the Jackson-Jasper match. Here come the call-in. Okay, you lot said that was good, 94. Dutch Lucha Lala said, at least this is not going to be an Izzi promo. Hello, Ions. Hope you're doing well. Show's been good. It's been good. The fact this was going to be the main event tonight is insane to me, said Alex. I feel the hype for Mr. Iguana has calmed down. At least for me, said Wrestle Rants. Yeah, there was a pop when his music hit, and then as he kind of made down, it did settle. Non-title match, apparently. Booker said it doesn't matter. Mixed tag match. This is Lola, Mr. Iguana versus Izzi and Niko as we begin our second hour. So we got to see a little bit of Lizzie Rain. Mr. Iguana down. Booker was actually really funny there. So Mr. Iguana was down and he was acting dead. And Booker was like, yeah, iguanas do that. They do that to make people think they're dead. And then they come to life just like that. As he kind of bounced back up again. That was pretty fun, actually. Right now, the stuffed creature, Layeska, is in the mouth of Mr. Iguana. He grabs it and he smacks Niko with... I mean, that is a weapon. It's part of the wardrobe. Layeska gets thrown to the outsides. Hang on. Vic Joseph just said, if Mr. Socko's allowed, then this should be allowed. But Mr. Socko went over the hands and didn't really add anything. Whereas that is an actual weapon that you're whipping someone with. So maybe if you use Mr. Socko as a whip, you could make an argument. But to put it over the hand, is it really a weapon? It's just decoration. One is being used as a whip. The other one is being used as decoration. I think they're different. I don't think you can compare Mr. Socko to Layeska. And I'm standing by that. Kick out there by Lola. Part of the wardrobe, says Jennifer. It's acceptable. It's part of the wardrobe. That was actually, I mean, that was always the argument about Bianca's braids. Is it a weapon? Is it not? I think that one's much harder to get your head around because that's her hair, but it's not her real hair. I would make the argument it's a weapon. It's a hair extension. She doesn't have to have it. Kick to the midsection. I was about to say, Mr. Socko, said James. Suzanne said, who cares? Just let him use it. Well, he's going to use it. But should he use it? To the outside, seated senton. Lola does a seated one as well. They're dancing away on the outside. Sitting on the edge of the ring, just chilling, vibing. I wonder if Damian Priest is all right with this. Do you think Damian Priest's okay with them getting that close? We might have a dead iguana. Very, very soon. Robbie said if it was deemed a weapon, then it wouldn't be fun. Jennifer said Lola is gorgeous in green. Big boot there by Izzi. Big boot. Rob said it's the same argument for Danhausen's jar of teeth, since teeth are naturally found in a mouth and they're not foreign objects. No, it is an object. It is a weapon. If they were teeth that were still attached in a mouth, that would be one thing. But them being in a jar, them being no longer part of a connected to a human body, in my mind, they become a weapon. Oof. Mr. Iguana is doing his dead character pose. Niko stomping away. There should be another bell just before the return from ads, said V85. I think we are at commercial break, aren't we? I never quite know when we're at commercial and when we're back. Kick coming in. Kick coming in again there by Niko. Put him in the game, let him score. That's what I say about Niko, said Booker. Put him in the game, let him score. Mr. Iguana is down in the corner. Kicks coming in there by Niko. I like Niko's ring gear. I think that looks good. It's white with the reds. I didn't say that before, but I do feel that way. Sprint again said NXT is great at exploring interesting ways to present the show. For example, that Robert Stone moment where he just had to adjust the card order. Yeah, I agree with that. We was going to get Tony, but we've had to go in a different direction. Yeah, man. Right now we got Mr. Iguana down there. Niko grabbing Mr. Iguana. Shot coming in there by Niko. Mr. Iguana going back against the ropes. We've got an Iguana chant that's breaking out right now. Iguana, Iguana, Iguana. Okay, so right now we got Mr. Iguana back. Knee coming into the midsection there by Niko. Another shot coming in. Chop there by Mr. Iguana. So Mr. Iguana and Niko going at it right now. Shot coming in again there by Mr. Iguana as we come back from commercial break. Headbutt there by Niko. I want a Mr. Iguana shirt, said Suzanne. Suzanne, fully signed up member of the Mr. Iguana fan club. Club Iguana, I believe it's called. Okay, Mr. Iguana in all kinds of... He could do with your support, Suzanne. He's struggling at the moment. Down he goes. Niko, very much in control. He's got iguana green all over him as that face paint has been coming off.
Down on the outside.
Okay, Lola goes down. Oh, bang.
They're going to show you a replay. Down on the outside.
Okay, right now we got Iguana going up. Niko, middle of the ring. Reversed by Iguana into a DDT. Lola, someone was just making a load of noise there. Is that Lola that's making noise? Is it Izzi that's making... Someone was screaming out. Trying to reach out for the tag. Mr. Iguana makes the tag. Here's Lola. Big kick coming in. Bang. Another kick. Yeah, lovely kicks coming in by Lola, the current women's champion. Lola walking around, posing away. Niko's in there. She starts throwing in kicks on Niko. Pop, 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 pop. Drop kick there by Mr. Iguana. Oh, spinning round in the ring. Colliding into each corner. Niko collides. Mr. Iguana collides into Niko. Lola into Izzi. Going for the cover, but Izzi gets the shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Izzi. This match carrying on. This match continuing. Izzi throwing in some elbows. Izzi Lola should be a fun match. We'll get that, obviously. Oh, kick coming in. That's great work. 1, 2, Lola. Oh, that's interesting. Niko comes in and actually stops the ref from counting the 3. Ah, back elbow there. Coming in by Izzi. Gets the ropes. Hip toss. No. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lola keeping Izzi down. Right now we got Niko with Mr. Iguana. Mr. Iguana reverses into an armbar. Right. Double submission right now, but Niko powering up Mr. Iguana, chucking him to the outside. Mr. Iguana hanging on. Niko goes to the outside. He's still got Mr. Iguana. That was pretty good, actually. Izzi's managed to get over to the ropes. She's clinging on to the ropes for dear life. Roll up. 1, 2. Oh. Kick out there by Lola. She's back. Ah, misses with the back fist, Izzi. Knee. Running knee. Lola out cold. 2. That's going to give it the 3. It's a win there for Izzi. There was some nonsense in the match, but there was some amazing bits in there as well. Okay, so Shawn Spears comes over to congratulate Izzi and Niko. They pick up the win. Some lovely work. I really think Lola Izzi would do well. It's a match I'd like to see. Okay, let's get the poll in the chat. Does Izzy Dame have Lola's number? Okay, Tavian is not happy. Cam Hendricks cost him his opportunity at Tony. You got time to prepare? Tony is still down for the match. All right, it's been moved to the main event. Here's Zaria. She's upset. Okay, tag match next week. Zaria said she's done with tag matches, and Robert Stone said, well, if you want a title shot, you're going to do it. Deal with it. Okay, Hank and Tank are making their way out now. It's all happening. It's all going down. I don't even know what this match is. Hank and Tank coming down. The Belly Boys. Izzy and Niko versus Mr. Iguana and Lola. Daze, when people are questioning who took a 50% pay cut, I'm questioning what Carmen Live thinks of the pay cuts. It might also happen with ARW Pro, said Benny. For all we know. Well, you'll have a chance to ask him in about 15 minutes' time. Daze, what happened to the Dark Bailey persona? There's been no word on it. The belief is it's just been dropped. I'm not sure that it felt like it was really connecting. I mean, I think when she was doing the promos, it was working well. But I don't know about you. That bit where Lyra was like slapping Bailey to get her fired up. I personally didn't really feel like I needed that stuff. So I'm okay with us sort of moving on from that bit. But yeah, I think they just sort of looked at it and went, didn't really feel like it was working. There's been no evidence of it for quite a while now. Sleazeboy said, Raw after Mania, I would have had Roxanne recruit Soul to Judgment Day, but by accident, JD recruits Zaria. Zaria and Soul spend their time in Judgment Day not speaking like two old foes, said Sleazeboy. Sleazeboy, thank you. Sleazeboy letting us know how they would book the calling up of Soul and Zaria. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think they feel Zaria's quite ready yet. I think they probably want to have her cooking a bit more in NXT. So I don't know that you would have had a chance to have done that, but if both were going up, you could have done it that way. Brian says, the Dark Bailey, I'd already forgotten about that. Bailey's like Miz, stealing a living out of WWE. RWB said, Club WWE, just yet another way for TKO to drain money out of the fans. WrestleLandy said, Daze, that clothesline at the end of the match from Callie was like Ultimate Warrior. I wonder if that's where she got it. Well, she might do an Ask Callie online and you can ask her. Robert Stone did one the other day, which was really good. So you have to keep your eyes peeled because you've got your question ready. If she, you could say that to her. Is Ultimate Warrior a major influence to you? Big Tony said, Dave's my favourite Ricky Starks match was when he got squashed by Jinder Mahal. Robbie said, all the women in that North American title segment were all better promos than Izzy, but Izzy is more prominently featured. David said, I suddenly want to see that happen now when Zaria is ready for the main roster. Daze, what do we think about how much Club WWE will cost? Genuinely don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't see it being any cheaper than $4.99. Is it going to be $9.99? But what are you getting for that? I mean, the thing is, $9.99 is how much they used to charge you for the flipping network. Do you know what I mean? Like, you think about what you got for the WWE network for $9.99. What the hell can they offer you, Club WWE, that's going to feel as worthy as that? I can't see it. I certainly can't see it being more than $9.99. But like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be free. It could be free. It could be that what they want is your email address. That's what they want. So that when there's new tickets out and all that, they can send you emails. Because really, what value is there in discounts? Because the flipping WWE store has always got a sale on. There's always some sort of code to save money. So what the hell can they offer you discount-wise that you're not already being offered? What kind of exclusive content is going to really be worth a serious amount of money to subscribe? So part of me wonders if it'll be free. If it's not, $4.99? I can't see it being more than $9.99. That's how much the network was. Oh, Jaida's livid. Jaida is livid. She's over it. She's over it. She's going to AEW. She's leaving. She's upset. Get on the phone to Jay. Get on the... Here's Natty. Natty's here. Okay. Why don't she call Jay? Call Jay. Call a noose. Call a noose. That's a big family. Get Roman on the phone. Guys, it's everyone's favourite group. It's the reason why we watch. It's Dark States. Finally, a Jaida crash out. It's well deserved to crash out, said Dr. Luchalala. Jaida crashing out, said Joshua. For Beach Kevin said, look everyone, it's Dark Shiz. Yeah, Dark State, not the most popular of teams. Okay. Hank and tank. Hank and tank. Uppercut coming in. One. Oh, just a one. I can't see any of these on the main roster, said Colin. The amount of times we've seen this match, it's turning into Kalani versus Jaida, said Alex. To be honest, I wasn't like blown away by the Izzi Niko match. It was fine. But I feel like we had a really solid first like 45, 50 minutes, and maybe the past half an hour hasn't kind of reached that same standard. See, this is the risk. The reason I mention this is because this is the risk with people that are saying like, oh, I wish we could get AAA for 2 hours. Like, AAA is so good. And part of that reason might be because we get in, we cook, we get out. Osiris has got Tank. Yeah, it's got him upside down at the moment, and he drives him down. Both of these teams need the win, says Booker. Tag being mates. I wish they made Cutler James the leader of the group. He played his NXT Level Up character well, and he can move in the ring, and he can be a serious character, said James. I never saw him on NXT Level Up. Collision by Tank, colliding in again. There's Hank running Bulldog. Crashing down. Big senton. Back elbow. Hank climbing up. Okay, Hank goes spilling to the outsides. Against the rope. Cutler, clothesline, edge of the ring. Tank goes down. Dion Lennox with a chair. There's been some dissension. Okay, he's getting really upset here, Dion. We got Saquon on one side. We got Dion on the other. Booker and... Are they going to get counted out? Is everyone getting counted out? Who's getting counted out? Am I being counted out? I don't know, man. Everyone's just on the outside of the ring. The commentators didn't really say anything for a while. Right now, we got Cutler laying in the boot. I think we've gone commercial break here. Bro, this dark state is awful, said Wrestle Rants. Lennox is hinting at the breakup again, said Shining Wizards. Chop coming in. Yeah, oh my God. They've actually fallen out. Guys, we've got Saquon standing one side like that. And we got Dion Lennox standing the other side of the commentary table. Like that. During commercial break, they look like petulant 8-year-olds. I'm not talking to... No. He knows what he's done. What the hell? Did we have the Raw team like book hour 1 and the SmackDown team book hour 2 or something? What the hell's going on? Here comes Tank. Duck underneath, going over to the corner, goes up, crossbody, down goes Dark States. Shining Wizard said, I put CDs in the microwave. Do they play that way? I tend to put them in a music player, but that's interesting. Clothesline there by Tank. I've seen actual children acting better behaved than this, said yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, right now, neither of them are getting any sweets on the journey home. Neither of them, yeah? Forget about it. Can we go to McDonald's? No. No McDonald's. We were going to go to McDonald's, but no McDonald's for either of you now. If you can't behave at NXT, yeah? If you're going to embarrass us like this on international TV, then you get nothing. You deserve nothing. And you better change your attitude before Christmas. Santa's not going to come to people that act like this. Shoulder up there by Tang. They're like dark toddlers, said Jen, the dark toddlers. We need to remix their entrance theme to something like a bit more nursery rhyme sounding. Perhaps they could come out to the Rugrats music. Yes. Tommy Pickles. Tommy Pickles. Chucky. 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 Phil and Lil. I was trying to think what the twins were called. Phil and Lil. Raptor. Yeah, I know all the characters. Angelica. Let's go. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Boring chance, said Robbie. Yeah, there is. Okay, Cutler James is in there right now. Knee to the midsection. That was picture in picture, and now at full screen, says Edwards. Over in the corner. Kick coming into the midsection, looking for a gut wrench. Here's Osiris. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Okay, Saquon and Dion aren't acting like children anymore, so that's good. Okay, Osiris. Standing over Tank. Rugrats is goated, said who it is goated. It's a great show. I used to watch it pretty much every day when I got back from school. And Doug. And Hey Arnold. And Rocco's Modern Life. And Sister Sister. And Clarissa Explains It All. Which was so much better than Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Oh, and Pete and Pete. The Adventures of Pete and Pete. That was great. Bang. Saved by the Bell. California Dreamin'. Johnny Bravo. Looking for a suplex. Bang. Gets it. Hank. Oh. Comes crashing down with a big senton onto Cutler. Osiris gets clothesline to the outside. Hank on the outside. They're putting the work in. Cyrus goes into the commentary table. Duck underneath. Hank against the ropes. Down goes Cutler. Tag mates. Here's Tank. Here's the Tank. Here's the big Tank. Hank and Tank. 1, 2. Osiris makes the save. Big boot by the big man. I'm still quick, man, says Booker. Vic's like, I haven't seen you move that quick in years. I'm still quick, man. I'm still quick, man. Tag being made. Osiris coming in. Well, at least we managed to get somewhere with this. At least we managed to get something out of it. Oh, comes crashing down. Vader bomb. 2. Ooh. That was really close. That was really close. Okay. Very close between good and great. You lot just said it was great. So it gets great 52, that last match. So you lot enjoyed it. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Gotta be kidding me, man. It's like the never-ending match. I feel like this match been going on for a little while now. 28 minutes left in the show. Tony versus Tavion, our main event. Back elbow. Oh, lovely kick. Yeah, that's good work. Some nice stuff in there. Osiris goes... He went leaping through into the steel steps. Cutler grabs him. Duck underneath. Hank. Bang. Edge of the ring. Down goes Hank. Right now, Tank suicide dive. Gets caught. Big man gets caught. Oh. Gets slammed down. Hello, Carmen! Carmen live! Yes! Days, I went to the American Legion Post 100 in Lake Station, Indiana to see ARW Pro this past Saturday. Carmen, how'd you feel about the pay cuts in WWE? Guys, Dark State get the win, and we are flipping thrilled. Love the Rugrats. Vic Joseph said, we've seen these four arguing for weeks. But is this the moment when all four came together? Well, there we go. Dark State get the win. They get a victory over Hank and Tank. Here's Lola. And there's Kalani. She's unapologetic. Kendall. Okay. I babysat a mentally challenged kid, and all he did was watch Rugrats. It's a great show. What's this? I think they're having to swap over headsets for Booker, are they? Was we not meant to see that bit there? Oh, this is the new woman? Keanu, she's talking to Keanu Carver by some... Is that a bin? Well, he's a bit rude, isn't he? What do you want? Mm-hmm. Well, that's the cameraman. It's all right. Don't calm down. Look, calm down, mate. Jeez. Why did we put the camera on the floor? Why does he put the camera on the floor? Why not just, like, hold the camera down? Like... Money motivates me. This is one of the weird... This is weird. What's this? I don't know what I'm watching. What? What did he say? What? I don't need everyone... This is how we're using the new woman on her first day. This guy is trying a bit too hard. Can't get but into him. He comes off as corny. Why are we presenting it this way? Why are we presenting it with a camera on the floor? Is this going to be her role? She's going to interview people out in the real world? Like, as they're coming out of hairdressers or doing their grocery shop. That would be great, actually. That would be great. Coming out of their relative's house and she's there with a camera. Can you answer a few questions, please? To be honest, if he didn't know that she was coming to do an interview, I can understand him being like, when was this arranged? Well, I'm sorry, what's... He's gone from not wanting to talk to her to now flipping, this is a therapy session. This is one of the longest promos I've ever seen. That's all you get? That 20 minutes, that's all you get. That's all you get him, yeah? Booker says maybe I've misjudged him. That was weird, said Dot's Lola. I don't know what the flip's going on in this second hour. I think all of this, the show's just changed into this weird show. I'm blaming Mr. Iguana. Since he arrived, this thing has just gone strange. Tony Tavion coming up next. Booker's believing that shiz, said David. To be honest, I couldn't even focus on what he was saying because the flipping camera was on the floor. Like we'd just caught a predator. Has the Englishman fought yet? Said Kevin. What? Tristan? He might. I think he has fought in Evolve. He's not fought in NXT. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 20 minutes left to go. 20 minutes left to go. Main event coming up next. I think Keenan and Kel was good. Oh, yeah. That definitely should have been mentioned. Keenan and Kel. At least we had a good laugh from Booker after what happened, said Nether of the Wrath. Restaurant said it does feel night and day from that first hour. Cruz, oh, that'd be good if we get Cruz. Yeah, be nice to see it. We haven't had any Will Cruz on this episode, so yeah, that's true. Forgot about him. Hopefully we'll get him. Hopefully we'll get him at the end of the show. Jared said, I'm in charge of the second hour. I've took the show way down. Everyone was having way too much fun. Yeah, it's true. Hour 1 was AAA. Hour 2, pre-WrestleMania SmackDown. Dr. Dujlala said, I want to know what's happened to ARW Pro this past week. We'll ask him. He's in the chat. The official ARW Pro representative is in the chat. I've said before, I will not be shocked to find out that Carmen is actually the owner of ARW Pro and is using this stream as a way of just raising the profile, because I'd never even heard of ARW Pro until Carmen came into our lives. And it is guaranteed that at least for half an hour once a week I will talk about ARW Pro. And I won't be shocked to find out that Carmen is actually financially connected to the company. Maybe has got shares. Perhaps the reason why Carmen comes into this stream for the last half an hour is because he's in someone else's stream the half an hour before, someone else's stream the half an hour before that, someone else's stream the half an hour. Just goes around the internet talking about ARW Pro to try and raise the profile of the promotion. This, I'm just calling it as I'm seeing it, yeah? Carmen said, Daze, seeing the New Day being released was upsetting because the New Day were good when they debuted. Carmen, thank you. That's Carmen's thoughts on the recent releases. Daze, I'm confused by that interview. He didn't want to talk in front of the camera, but then did, but only when it was on the ground, knowing that it was still on. Yeah, but it's not as scary when it's on the ground, right? If you've got a camera right here, oh, that's scary, that's intimidating. But if it's on the ground like a little mouse, then it's not as scary. And as a result, you feel a lot more open to talk. That's just simple human psychology. We all know this. Anything on the ground is less scary than if it's in the air. Look at a snake. I'd hate a snake being here. Do you know what I mean? But if it's down there, probably can't even hurt me because it's all the way down there. That's how it works, yeah? A bird here flapping around. If it's on the floor, probably not even flying. It's probably no flapping. Things on the floor are less scary than by your face. Hope that helps. Right. We got the countdown. That's going to be this Saturday. There is no kickoff show on Friday. We're obviously going to be live a good couple of hours before this. Countdown show, then Backlash, then the post show. Let's go. There is the card. No other matches added at this stage. No other announcements today. Some people did wonder if another match would be chucked on. Looks like it's just going to be the 5. Okay, Instagram. There's Shiloh. Oh, yeah. That was last week. Where is he? That's a good line. That's a crazy accent to have if you're trying to roast people. See, that's pretty good, isn't it? I'm going to try and find out. Oh, if you've got any good roasts for British people or shepherds, then let me know. Yeah, he said, I'm going to try and find out what he's allergic to. Imagine that as a story. Turns out someone's allergic to something, so you keep bringing it in. I mean, it won't be funny if they're allergic to peanuts and you kill them, but, you know. Within reason. Say there is Naruku. Naroku. That's how you say it. He said Naroku, but it's not an O. Naroku. That can't be Naroku. Naroku. How can that be Naroku? There's no O. Is that not Naraku? Did Vic Joseph get that wrong? Is it Naraku or Naroku? Interesting. It's Naroku. Is that how we're saying it? The A is silent. Well, why is the first A not silent? And also, where's the O come from? If the A was silent, wouldn't it be Naku? Where's the O come from? Here's Tony. It does sound anime, said Spawny Boy. Well, listen, we can only go by what we're told. And what Vic Joseph just said was Noroku. It better be that. If it turns out he just pronounced it wrong, I'm going to be livid. It'll be the worst thing that's happened on NXT since we put a camera on the floor. Okay, Tony is in the ring. Tony versus Tavian. Are we going to see Will Cruz? There's a good chance. There's a good chance that we could see him. Oh, Vic Joseph said, I know why our headsets went out. Because, did Danhausen curse you? And Booker's like, let's not talk about that. He went, did he ask you to be his partner? And you turned him down? So they're sort of making out that the headsets failed. They only failed for a moment. But did they fail because of Danhausen curse? Okay, takedown there by Tony. We got 11 minutes left to go. Daze, I don't know what's worse. Dark State acting like kids or the interview that Carver did, said Scottish Chris. There has been some pretty wild stuff in this second hour, but hopefully we can end with a bit of a bang as we've got Tavian versus Tony. All the T's. Bang. Down he goes. Tavian versus Tony. Will we get Till Cruz getting involved? Okay, we got some Tony chants. Down goes Tavian there by Tony. A little bit quiet at the moment. Daze, the son of Bull Buchanan and his brother of Brooks Jensen, Zach the Shooter, faced James Creed at the Indiana State Championship at ARW Pro. What? Brooks Jensen's brother, Zach the Shooter Buchanan, took on James Creed, the Lost Creed brother. Dudes. Zach won, but it was DQ, so Creed retained. No way. Well, I wish I'd seen it. It sounds like a dream match. Wow. Carmen, thank you. It's good to know. Good to know that the Creedster is still champ. Sounds like a tough day at the office, though. Knee to the midsection. Nice gut wrench suplex. Robbie said Danhausen is probably getting like a Joe Hendry or someone as his partner. Miz and Joe Hendry have also got a history from last year's Christmas episodes of SmackDown. Tavian goes to the outsides. Shining Wizard said you can say whatever shiz you want about that William guy because he never lurks. Jared said this show could get a 5. This show gets a 5. Could have easily missed it. First hour was good though, wasn't it? Do you remember that when we were all laughing and cheering and smiling and celebrating? Yeah, it dipped in the second hour definitely, but you know, we've still had something to do with our lives. Into the barricade goes Tavian. Big Time said, for all the spending TKO does, who on earth thought that every title change needs pyro? Why not save that for the intro to the weekly shows? Because every title change gets pyro. Don't know, perhaps they feel like it just makes it feel a bit more special to the casual fan. I don't think you'd save that much on pyro, to be honest. Right now, we got Tony colliding into Tavion. We got 8 minutes left to go. Love the Bearded said, I'm blaming the curse. Bishop wants to know if Carmen is secretly a correspondent for ARW Pro. It's a great question. Whoa, Tony! Blimey hell. Tony just went for a spear in the corner. Tavion moved. Tony went flying to the outsides. And he didn't go flying thanks to Spirit Airways. That was Tony D'Angelo Airwaves. Tony D was flying to the outside. Tony grabbing the knee there, said Jojo. William said Duncan is better. I like Tavion, but I've always said his in-ring is boring, said Big Time. James said, I found something. I found the official ARW Pro YouTube channel. We've been on, buds. We've been on. We've enjoyed some ARW Pro action. Not for a while, though. But it's a hell of a find. It's working, isn't it? Look. Carmen, this is what Carmen wants. He wants all of you watching ARW Pro videos. Telling your friends, telling your family members, telling your neighbours. We're meant to be watching NXT, but here we are. Talking about ARW Pro, checking out their YouTube channel. What the hell? Telling he's a secret agent. He's like James Bond. Only sexier. Dragon Sleeper in by Tavion on Tony. Crowd are cheering away, making some noise. As we come back from commercial break. Elbow coming in there by Tony. And again, Tavion. ARW Pro is great, said Beast Modes. I miss when Raw and SmackDown had video intros and pyro, said Jarrett. Not seen a Dragon Sleeper in a while, said Jojo. Down goes Tony. Tavion goes over looking for the cover. Kick out. Oh, that was crazy. Tony hurling himself to the outsides. Tavion climbing up. Tavion, big splash. Big man, 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Tony. Boom, look at that. Big splash by Tavion. Headlock is in on Tony. Tony getting up to his feet. Am I the only one that hates that one leg sleeve thing, said Nick? No, I hate it as well. Right now, we got another shot coming in there by Tavion. Tony is over against the ropes. Shot coming back there by Tony. And again, he's driving Tavion. Looking for a bang. Lovely. Drives him down. Tavion gets back up. Lovely work there by Tony. Another one. Bang. Germans. We got Suplex City here by Tony. Charging in. Knee coming in there by Tavion. Against the ropes goes Tony. Whoa. It's a lovely overhead belly to belly. Stretch muffler. No. Okay. 1, 2. That's a lovely suplex by Tavion. Okay, nice. Tony goes for the pin, no joy. Tag match coming up next week. Lizzie and Tatum in action next week against Nikita and Zaria. Let's go, Tony. The only person we haven't seen is Will, said Jojo. I'm hoping he'll make his presence felt right at the end. There's a lot of older ex-WWE talent treat AEW like an excursion to make 7 figures. Jericho, Lashley, Edge, Christian, Shelton. A lot of 50, 56-year-olds not knowing when it's time to call it a day. Don't know. I mean, if you've still got a passion to wrestle and someone's still willing to hire you and pay you money, I mean, I don't see them really doing anything wrong. You can make the argument they're taking time away from younger talent. They need to step away and everything, but that's always been a struggle, hasn't it, for wrestlers? I mean, how many of those legends competed on the indies? Hacksaw Jim Duggan and, Doink and... Sandman only flipping had his last match WrestleMania weekend. It is like a drug, isn't it? They say that. Like, giving it up is so hard. Going out and performing in front of a load of people, having them cheer and react, like, there's nothing that can replace it. Shots there by Miles. Tavion over against the ropes. Tony drives Tavion down. Goes for the cover. 1, 2, 3. So we had Miles. And was that Cam Hendricks? We had all this... lots of shenanigans. Shenanigans everywhere we look. I would love it if NXT can find a way of giving me 2-hour ones on a consistent basis, because then we're cooking. I don't think that main event was that good. Oh, there he is! There he is, the big man! Will Cruz! He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Will Cruz, Will Cruz. Now you know. There we go, they're singing it. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. They're singing Will Cruz, but I think he just said his name was Mason. There we go. Mason has arrived. Well, can we sing the song? Is big, is bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rourke. Is that his name? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, my God. The hell? Is big, is bad, he'll body slam your dad. Will Cruz, Will Cruz. Did he say his name was Mason Rourke? Mason Rook. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. He's big, he's bad, he doesn't give up. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. He's big, he's bad, he doesn't give up. Mason Rook. Mason Rook. That'll do. We can fix it. We can get somewhere. Well, that was good. Okay, what I want is the first hour and the last minute. That's what I want. ×2. Get your thoughts in. Get your votes in. What did you think of the main event? That it's big is bad, he'll body slam your dad. That's got over largely thanks to John Cena putting a message out about it, and then everyone looking into it and finding the footage of the fans chanting it. I had no idea who he was a week ago. I'll be the first to admit, but my timeline's just been full of clips of him for the past 7 days. The pacing wasn't perfect, but it was better than usual. You never hit that dead zone where you check your phone, said AB. Carmen said, Daze, at ARW Pro, I found out that the next show on May 23rd will take place at the Reina Center. Thank you. Sparta Crow said he's big, he's bad, he doesn't give up. Mason Rook. Why can't they keep his real name, said Sporty Boy. Because it's too fun. Because it got let go by TKO, and that's why. Tyler, good night. The running power slam did look nice from Mason, said Flame Fist. He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. Can it still work then, do we think? He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. Mason Rook. I mean, it still sort of works. Mason Rook. I do like how he was saying Mason Rookers are writing in the background. The crowd are chanting, Well, Cruz. Boomer said this stream is going to end shortly. That is actually breaking news. That is breaking news. All right, sounds a bit said Flame Fist. I'm giving tonight's show an 8, said Carmen. We just can't have fun stuff, no. If anyone has fun, then that just completely goes against what TKO are trying to achieve. Instead of Mason, how about we say M-Rook? He's big, he's bad, he'll body slam your dad. M-Rook. M-Rook works okay. I don't know that you'll get the fans to say M-Rook, though. M-Rook. It does fit better. Show is better than SmackDown, said Jojo. Flame Fist said 7.5. Jennifer says 7. Ash said, I'm going 7.75. What do you give it? I'm going to go 6s. I thought the first hour was 7s. I thought the second hour was 5s. So I think it's going to shake out at a 6.5. About that kind of ballpark for me. Yeah, I think the first hour I was in the 7s. I was really enjoying it. And then I think the second hour it just really crashed down for me. I don't know why. I mean, like, I thought the Iguana match was okay, but I just wasn't really feeling it. And then what else did we have after that? Oh yeah, Dark State against Hank and Tank, where we had the two of them acting like children. Then we had a weird Keanu Carver thing, and I was like, main event I thought was very flat. Tony and Tavian didn't deliver. So yeah, I don't know. Just I was here for it though. I don't think this was a bad watch. If someone was like, oh, what was NXT like? I wouldn't be like, oh, it sucked or anything. I think it was well worth a watch. And yeah. I just found like second hour not as good as the first. Daze, you've got to be very brave to have a camera up at that level by your face and not down on the floor. This is true, James. We've learnt this. But that doesn't just go for cameras. It works for everything. You know, women. I mean, a woman here, down there, much better. I didn't mean for that to sound the way it sounded. I'm not bothered. Right, main event. You lot said it was good 99. Good 99. Well, you enjoyed it. Good 99. Maybe some of that is to do with Mason Rook. I don't know how you say his name, to be honest. Mason Rook. Big Time said, how do we think NXT has been able to navigate the loss the past few months? It's been a transition. Well, I think they were fine. I mean, they just carried on, didn't they? They focused on Ricky and Joe and Ethan, and, the women's division's been fine anyway, because that's got loads of talent. So we just carried focusing on those names. And then as soon as we lost them, we've just had one of the biggest refreshes last week. And yeah, I think there's enough here that's got my attention. I'm loving Will Mason. Yeah, really want to see more from him. Loving Lizzie Rain. Fan of Callie Armstrong anyway. Kendall Gray, obviously we enjoy. Ren Sinclair I've been a fan of for a while. Tatum Paxley I've been a fan of for a long time. I mean, honestly, Evil's in now, so that's great. I mean, there is plenty on this show that you can look forward to tuning into. And you can be like, yeah, man, I can't wait to see where we go next with this person, that person. So we're in a refresh, but it also feels fresh, and that's good. So yeah, we just got to start building, cooking, and getting that next wave ready. Jennifer said Evolve is what I worried over between call-ups and fire-ins because that's been gutted. Shining Wizard said, I don't think Tony is anywhere near like a main event champion. He just doesn't have it for me. Flamefist said, who's evil? We've now got Naruto. Yes. Let's go. Naruto. Dragon Ball Z. I don't know what his name is. Okay. Flamefist said, I'm terrified of women. We all are, buds. We all are. Jim said, did Daze see a different main event? I thought it was quite good. Just didn't grab me. I think Tavian doesn't really excite me too much as a performer. Crowd were a bit flat at times throughout it as well. I would say that it was like good 92, something like that. Didn't think it was anything special at all. You lot said it was good 99, which is above where I would have been, but seems like you lot enjoyed it more than what I did. But I liked Will getting involved right at the end. That was fun. So yeah, whatever. This week's show, more than acceptable, I would say, with some really good highlights. Okay, there we go. We are done. That was this week's NXT. Thank you to everyone that's joined us. We are back tomorrow for Evolve. Obviously, we'll have another Unseen as well. But we're working towards SmackDown. We're working towards Backlash. Plenty more wrestling on the way. Lots in May, actually. Obviously, with Saturday night's main event and Clash in Italy coming up as well. So lots to get our teeth into. But yes, Mason Rook has arrived. And can't wait to see what is next. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.